come up with a prototype. And first thing that we did was to patent it. We had to do the patent search and see how many patents are. This is an Indian patent, so there are 2-3 more patents outside this country. So we have only patented within this country. And we saw that there is an Indian market for this, and we wanted to first patent it. So that was done. So once patent was done, the next thing was to see whether this patent will just remain as a patent or whether we can go forward. So it took me 1.5 years more to convince my postdoc that we have to move more than just patenting and keeping quiet. And fortunately, we saw that there was interest. Some of the other professors from other departments were showing interest. And once they started showing interest, we thought it can be commercial. So this product was the first starting point to think of even, coming up with the concept of company. Then we realized that we cannot just have one product portfolio. And then we thought that our traditional expertise is producing precursors, and which are under embargo. And we checked with Vikram Sarabhai Space Center and asked them if they are willing to support us. Suppose we start our own company, and if we are able to provide them the kind of specialized precursors that they would like to use for the strategic sector. And once we have some kind of an informal, support from them that ISRO would be interested in such a kind of a company which can produce and give them such specialty precursors, then we were confident that we can get started. And fortunately, because of the fact that we have IIT Madras Research Park, it is a huge advantage for us because the research park is just adjacent to the campus, and we could get immediate legal support and other technical support to get started. So the process started in February. The incubation was completed a month back. So now we are a completely incorporated company with a GSTN number. And we are now on the JUMP portal, so you can see the company on the JUMP portal as well. And we are now fully ready to sell products. So it took me, I would say, it took me 5-6 years to think on these lines. It took me 1.5 years to convince the PhD student and postdoc to start a company. But then I think I felt it was doing it.
Okay. Thank you, Ravi, for sharing your valuable experiences. And we are also, personally, I am also very happy to note that your company is incorporated and you are available in JUMP. So being a ceramic and glass institute, hopefully we'll see to get one unit from you.
That will be great.
Yeah,
you will be helping
yeah, that's a good one, because our purchase process also will become very easy because it's available on JAM, and then that's great. So I personally would like to have one here, and then we'll see how we can go about it. And with this, I think we all should give Professor Ravi a big round of applause.
Yeah, thank you very much once again for listening to me and giving me the opportunity to present. I didn't go into too much of technical details, but it was more of showing what we have been doing and the potential of these materials, and wanted to spend some time on showing some information about the startup.
Thank you very much, Ravi. As a token of appreciation, because you are participating virtually, we'll send you something.
Thank you very much.
Maybe it will surprise you, or you will receive soon something.
Yeah.
So, thank you so much very much, Ravi. See you soon.
So I can close now?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you everybody, and thanks for your time and for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we'll start now an invited talk, and that will be given by Dr. Devaruti Mukherjee. Yeah, Dr. Devaruti, you have joined?
Yeah, I have joined.
Okay. So let me introduce you. Dr. Devaruti Mukherjee is a chemical environmental researcher focusing on the development of environmentally sustainable solutions in water and energy sectors. Currently, she is working as a scientist at NXTV Ren India Private Limited, Pune, after completing her postdoctoral tenure at IIT Guwahati. Devaruti completed her integrated M.Tech PhD program CSIR from CSIR CGCRI Kolkata in 2019 with CSIR GATE, SRF and JRE fellowship. Over the last 8 years, she has gathered a significant research experience and acquired good technical expertise in membrane separations, water and wastewater treatment, gas separation, photocatalysis, direct methanol, fuel cell. She has published around 13 SCI journal articles and 3 book chapters. So, with this, I think the time allotted for your talk is 15 minutes, but I'll be very happy if you finish it within 12 minutes so that we can have 3 minutes discussion and interactive session with you, because our research scholar students are eagerly waiting to listen to you as well as some interactive sessions with you. So, with this introduction, I request you to start your talk. Over to you, Devaruti.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone present. And thank you very much to Balla sir and all the organizing committee of the Islamic Fiesta for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present in the platform which previously I used to present as a student. And thank you to Shushmita actually, who was very for this smooth coordination. So coming to the topic which I will be presenting today is basically membranes and materials for energy and water applications. So I am currently affiliated with Nextped India Private Limited, which is a Mumbai-based startup company. And the topic which I have worked since my PhD days is basically in this environmental sector using this membranes and material. So basically these two are the dire need of the hour, because of the increasing industrialization. We found that there is a water scarcity everywhere. So this recycle and reuse of wastewater is a very much dire need of the hour which needs to be addressed. And coming to the energy applications, the same reason of the increasing industrialization and the urbanization, we find that there is an increasing global warming, and also there is a decrease in this clean energy aspect. So in this regard, since my PhD days, I have looked into development of various membranes and materials for applications in this environmental to achieve this environmental sustainable options. So in this talk, I'll be talking about the application of membranes in gas treatment application, the application of membranes for water treatment applications, and application of various developed materials in adsorption, adsorption or photocatalysis, which are some of the basic separation process for water treatment applications. So now a brief introduction about the Nextped India, which currently where I'm associated with. Basically, this is a Mumbai-based startup specializes in zeolite-based membranes and materials for application in various energy sectors. Basically, this is a spin-off of a Mumbai-based mining company, which is an established company, Maharashtra Mineral Corporation. So basically, the company actually is mining in various minerals such as silica sand, kyanite, and fluorspar. And the target of Nextped is basically to utilize those minerals in synthesis of the zeolite membranes and the zeolite beads. And the zeolite-based products are used in various applications like ethanol dehydration, that is in biofuel, for orthoparazylene separation like in petrochemical industries, and in oil and gas sectors like in gas separation application, that is CO2 separation applications. Those I'll be detailing in my next slides. So basically this shows that a established company can also result in various startups or small companies which focuses in allied fields. So coming to the applications, so basically this is a waste to energy application which Nextped is currently focused on. They are using, the target is to use the silica sand mining waste from MMCL into production of the zeolite granules and zeolite membranes. Now what is zeolite basically? Zeolites are basically some aluminosilicates. There are various types of zeolite present, and the main difference in the zeolite is basically their silica to Si is to aluminum ratio, and the crystal structure, the porous distribution, and there is a difference of the zeolites. And we are into preparing various types of zeolite which are used in various types of application. So the zeolite beads are zeolite granules that we are focusing to use in separation of the orthoparazylene and ethanol dehydration. And zeolite membranes we are focusing to use in separation of the CO2 from CO2 methane mixture, that is biogas substitution to biomethane. I'll be detailing on each of the topics in the later slides, like orthoparazylene separation. The target here in petrochemical industries is to isolate this paraxylene from the other xylene isomers, because paraxylene appears to be one of the most important xylene isomers because of its great usage in preparation of terephthalic acid. Now, terephthalic acid is used to prepare the PET bottles, which is a very common, very common appliance in our day-to-day household. So basically, we can see that apart from this terephthalic acid usage, this is also used for preparation of these paints and coatings and various adhesives. And as per this chart, we can found that a compound annual growth rate of paraxylene is around 6.22% by 2030. So the separation of paraxylene from other isomers petrochemical industry becomes very important. And the various types of zeolites that they're using is ZSM5 and faucetite type of zeolite. So the target of NextBrain is to manufacture this type of zeolites from the silica mining waste and use them and supply them to various petrochemical industries so that they might be used in an efficient manner. The synthesis will progress via the hydrothermal method as it established, and we'll be modifying some of the procedures because it is obviously the precursor is not the synthetic precursor that are used mainly in the chemical industries, but it is our own precursor, that is the silica sand of MMCL. The second application we'll be looking into is the bioethanol dehydration. And what is bioethanol dehydration actually? The bioethanol this bioethanol is in very much demand. Bioethanol is basically produced from many biosources like maybe molasses, cornstarch, or anything. And they are actually the target of the bioethanol is basically used as an additive in various gasoline and petrol. In this, by using this only around 10 to 15% additive of bioethanol in this gasoline and petrol, this can reduce India's oil import by around $4 billion a year. So, which is a huge reduction in the cost. Hence, the government has basically issued a mandate of using this anhydrous bioethanol by 2025 with a percentage of around 15%. So basically, in order to achieve this anhydrous ethanol, this zeolite-based dehydration is used, because above a certain percentage of around 95%, this the typically used azeotropic distillation cannot be used because it is highly energy consuming. So here comes this dehydration, zeolite-based dehydration. So 3A zeolites is basically pore size lies within this ethanol and water, and hence it can act as a molecular sieve to separate this water molecule from these ethanol molecules. So we have performed a lot of market survey in this area. We have visited various industries, this distillery industries where they produce this bioethanol, and we have come to the conclusion that there is a huge demand in this 3A zeolite. And currently in India, actually, there is no such producers of this 3A zeolite. Hence, NextBrain targets to produce this 3A zeolite as it can reduce this import cost currently, which is very high level because the taxes and the custom duties are levied on those. So this production of in-house zeolite will help reduction of those costs. Now, the third application in the energy sector is basically the zeolite membrane production. Basically, it is for CO2 separation from the various flue gas and biogas. This is a very common thing. You all know that there is a huge increase in the CO2 emission in the atmosphere, which is creating these global warming issues. And hence we target, the government target basically the zero emission by 2050. And and everybody, not only India, the overall world is looking into various aspects to reduce the CO2 emission. So we as a company, we are targeted to prepare the ceramic membranes for separation of the CO2. So membrane, there are many processes, as many of us know that CO2 separation can proceed by many processes. However, we focus on the ceramic membranes because of their high stability, high longevity, no pretreatment is required, and there is no toxic byproduct formation, which is a very much like important aspect in case of like amine scrubbing, which is the industrially used common technique for CO2 separation currently. So here we try to fabricate the prototype membrane, a zeolite membrane on ceramic support and then scale up. However, there are various challenges that we face because preparation of the defect-free zeolite membrane of a higher area is really a challenge here. So basically this we are trying to actually, and maybe this is only the reason that till now there is no such commercial industries which works on this upscaled zeolite membranes for this CO2 separation. It is still at a research stage. In spite of so many research being done through so many years, it is still at a research stage. Hence, we actually are trying to bridge this gap and scale up zeolite-based membranes for CO2 separation to higher area and use it for industrial purpose. Now, this I would just like to share my experience because I was myself in academics previously, and then I have shifted to recently in industry. So basically, this some of us may think that this economic as industries are basically some two different aspects. However, I would like to give a changed view that they are the two sides of a same coin basically, and they merge at a certain point, as you can see. So basically, in both academics and industry, the initial our study begin by survey. In academics, we do literature survey. In industry, the main thing is that market survey. So how our product is going to thrive in the market? Is there any market for our product? This is the main thing that industry needs to know. Secondly, in both the cases, we need to outline the problem or identify the gap, what lies, and how our problem can be like sustainable. Or in academics, like how much novel is our problem. So both are basically the same thinking. However, they are termed in different ways. So basically, in both these things results proposing a solution, which is basically a proof of concept solution. So from this solution, what we do is validate the idea. However, this validation of idea in academics industry is quite different. In academics, validation of idea is basically like experimentation. We do some batch experiments. Now, in my case, I have done like batch experiments to validate whether the membrane is formed, whether the membrane can be applied in this water treatment applications. However, in industry, first after validation, after this, when they propose the idea, what they look into is this techno-commercial feasibility, like the proof of like this estimated budget, estimated power consumption. All these are calculated, and this techno-commercial feasibility is looked into. If it is decided that yes, it is feasible, then only the validation of idea portion comes. So here the validation of idea is the same for initially a batch experimentation and is needed. However, this academic usually ends in this batch experimentation and then publication of papers and etc. and conferences. However, in this industry, after this validation of idea, the next thing that needs to be done is this prototype development and finally this commercialization. So basically, there is a bridging of from this validation of idea to this commercialization in academics. However, this industry actually merges this bridge because they look into this prototype development and industrialization. So basically, these are basically they are merged and they look into the same aspect. However, the industry actually is a commercial or a pilot scale implementation of this lab scale work. So, after this bridging, I would like to focus on the things that I have done in my PhD work and how it is related to the industrial work that I'm doing now. Because obviously my PhD work is related, and in my PhD
Dr.
work,
Debaruti, you are having 3 more minutes time.
Yeah. Hello.
You are having 3 more minutes time to finish your presentation. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just complete it within 3-4 minutes. And these membranes have focused on various applications like membrane bioreactor process and direct membrane filtration, and various materials have synthesized for water treatment application by various separation methods. Like membrane bioreactor process, here I have actually looked into the removal of atrazine, which is a very much toxic pesticide. For this, I have developed ceramic supported ultrafiltration membranes. And a particular species of Escherichia coli was found suitable for this biodegradation. And various advantages of ultrafiltration based MBR compared to this microfiltration based MBR, which is typically used, is that less flux decline, high removal of this pesticide, and also like the permeate of better quality in terms of removal of all the products. Now, the membrane-based process was also used for removal of the atrazine. The previous was membrane bidirectional and was by direct membrane filtration. Here, the process actually involved coating of the ceramic support membrane by hydrophobic polymer like a polydimethyl siloxane. And here also high removal of atrazine was obtained. So basically, these two are the aspects that I looked into for removal of the emerging contaminants like pesticides and pharmaceutical components. Here, basically, as I also mentioned, that they develop various materials for removal of for water treatment application. Here, I've developed metal organic frameworks, which is basically a hybrid of inorganic and organic hybrids, having very high surface area, and they are also water stable. And this composite showed very high absorption capacity towards the anionic dye. And I have also developed various materials for water sensing applications or contaminant sensing application in water. Basically, these are some quantum dots, which are very less particle size of around 3.6 nanometer, and these were efficiently used for detection of picric acid, which is explosive as well as the water contaminant. So coming to this, I have this is the summary of work that I have done in my PhD and how it is related to the current work that I'm currently pursuing in the company based on membranes. So, like, I hand over to the audience for any questions, and thank you for your patience and hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Devarati, for your very nice and elaborative presentation on your topic. Maybe one or two questions are there from the audience itself. One or two questions? Yes. Yes, Dr. Satya Majumdar, please. Yeah, I think you can go to the podium here. Achha, haan.
Hello.
Devarati?
Yes, sir.
Actually, I have two questions. One is
yes, sir.
Basically on your that zeolite part, that is you projected that paraxylene separation.
Yes, sir.
So my question is that that paraxylene separation. So when you will be using your that zeolite as a separating media.
Yes,
so
sir.
How long it will sustain? Means regenerability and reuse aspect. Have you studied that reuse aspect? That how long it sustains, and because the industry scale huge quantity of zeolite will be required for
yes, sir.
Petrochemical operations. And number two is that that ethanol dehydration you have shown.
Yes, sir.
So here also, whether your the developed product zeolite, whether this will be able to purify up to 99.9% purity, because for fuel application, the ethanol has to be dehydrated to that level. Then only you can use for fuel application.
Yes, sir.
So if it can do it, then we need not go for membrane distillation or such kind of costly azeotropic distillation. And if it can be done, so it will be very unique breakthrough in our country. So is it possible through your zeolite beads to dehydrate up to that level, 99.9%? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. And sir, actually coming to the zeolite based dehydration, sir, actually theoretically it is possible to achieve 99.9% using these 3A zeolites. However, sir, in our case, we are actually this is a startup company, and currently we are focusing on preparation of the zeolite beads, and then we will be processing the assessing the efficiency in terms of removal and the reusability aspect, as you have mentioned. But currently we are actually in the initial stage. We are actually initial stage of developing the zeolites and characterization initially. So we will be definitely looking into this application stage at a when this is all established, we'll be looking into this application stage. However, we are now at an initial stage, both for this paraxylene application and the ethanol dehydration application.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Devarati. I think we are having more questions, but definitely we will contact you over email and other medias. So thank you so much for your very nice presentation. Let us join hands with us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, now you can.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are having. It's okay. We are having now the contributory. I think this is the contributory talk number 5. It will be given by Payal Roy. The topic she has chosen is the special application of novel antibacterial bioactive glass based micro nanofibers as an active pharmaceutical ingredient in wound care. It's a really good topic. Payal, you can finish your talk by another 12 minutes so that we can have 2 or 3 questions within the next 3 minutes so that the total your talk can be finished within 15 minutes time.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
Yes, sir.
You can
Thank you,
start now.
sir.
Yeah.
Each day comes with the possibility of a miracle, right? A very good morning to all of you. And I am Payal Roy and working under supervision of Dr. Jui Chakraborty, BCCD. And this is my, already said, sir, that my today's topic, and this is my content which I have to cover. And I start from that, the glass. What is a glass? Glass, an amorphous solid completely lacking in long-range periodic atomic structure and exhibiting a region of glass transformation behavior. And what is then bioactive glass? It may be inorganic based or synthetic based and have biocompatibility and bioreversible, that is biodegradability, and compatible with different forms like powder, fiber, 3D structure. Although nowadays bioactive glass can be used in a various way, but our focus area is the bioactive glass in soft tissue regeneration. And I would like to discuss about some background and challenges during regarding my work. And broadly, the wound can be classified in different way, like it's maybe duration on the wound healing or the skin integrity or depth of the wound, and etc. etc. But my focus area is the chronic wound. Chronic wound is a wound that does not heal in an orderly set of stages and in a predictable amount of time and way most wounds do. So, there are some market available dressing materials are present, but they have some drawbacks like exhibit sensitivity or allergic reactions, may change frequently or not applicable for deep wounds, etc., and high cost also. And next to the next slide, as the global wound care market is projected to reach USD 27.8 billion by 2026 at compound annual growth rate of 7.6%. So, it is a blooming area of research, and our approach is to fabricate an ideal low-cost wound dressing for chronic wound using bioactive glass micro nanofiber, that is BGMNF, having a unique composition, and this is our composition. And here the work we have done, I have done, this is the, actually we first, we've synthesized a bioactive glass sol by adding TOS, calcium nitrate, AgNO3 and tibutyrate as precursor salts mixed into one normal HCl solution to form a BG sol, and another beaker we mix a polymer, FDA approved water soluble polymer mixed, and both are mixed in a ratio to achieve the rheological property for electrospinning, that as we know that the BG salt do not have any spinnable characteristics. That's why we mixing that polymer for electrospinning. And for electrospinning, this is the collection of the micro nanofiber sample for after electrospinning, and it is a before heat treatment. This is the sample of before heat treatment, and after heat treatment, this is the end product. And I would like to show a short video, but lack of time, I am skipping that video, sir. Okay. There is some characterization data, that is a XRD, that shows the amorphous phase of the bioactive glass. As bioactive glass, it's do not have any periodic long range array structure. That's why there is no diffraction, sharp diffraction pattern is shown here. And the TG-DHC pattern shows that, and there is a mass loss of related to the removal of water and the nitrate group, and the TG between the 525 to 650 degrees centigrade. And these are the collection of the BGNF fiber, and FEACM structure picture image shows that this single fiber, this is a nano range single fiber, and this is the micrometer range. And it is the EDX result that I have, and this is the in vitro results. Here the control is the cell plus media, that one the control of the cell, and we are applying this sample to the skin fibroblast cell line in vitro level, and shows that this is not at all showing any toxic effect on the cell line. Rather, it helps in cell proliferation. And optical image of in vitro wound healing assay shows that it is also helpful in cell wound healing. Faster wound healing rate was observed when we in case of in vitro study. About 47% wound greater cell migration was observed compared to the control group. And next, antibacterial efficacy, we determined the minimum inhibitory concentration, that is MIC, and from there the visible detection of that MIC of our sample, and the MIC of the active ingredient of our sample is 43.432.5 microgram per ml, and we are comparing this to the gentamicin. Gentamicin, a potent antibiotic, and its MIC is 0.75 microgram per ml against the Pseudomonas aeruginosa. This is an gram-negative bacteria, and this is the MIC of the gentamicin, and this is our sample visible MIC. And we are following this type of experiment followed by the CLSIM07 guidelines as per. And same type of work done on against Streptococcus pneumoniae, that is gram-positive bacteria, and again this is a Staphylococcus aureus, it's also a gram-positive bacteria strain. And next, in a vivo study we have also carried out, and biocompatibility test was carried out, and we performed the intracutaneous reactivity study as per the ISO 10993-10 protocol as per. And here the macroscopic observation was seen, and showing no sign of inflammation has been observed. Inflammation, that means no sign of edema, that is swelling or erythema redness, was shown after a period of time. And for immune response study, we check the levels of pro-inflammatory cytokines like TNF alpha, tumor necrosis factor alpha, and the IL-6 interleukin 6 using ELISA kit, market available ELISA kit. And here the study of the pro-inflammatory cytokines TNF alpha, and from there we can say that the result shows what we have found, that it can be interpreted that the test material is not inducing any major immune response. And moving to the next slide, the study of pro-inflammatory cytokine, that is IL-6 result, also shows that actually all samples were run in duplicate and fell below the manufacturer's reported minimum level of detection, that is LOD. and detection range is 7.8 to 500 pg per ml, but there is what I have got, that OD is larger than that portion, so it's not detected in this standard from this standard curve. So, and that literature survey I had done, and normal range of IL is 0 to 16.4 pg per ml, hence the sample is not causing any immune response, implies it biocompatible. And the next in vivo study we have done is the toxicity by leachable components, and from there the sample we collected, blood sample we collected from the animal. Here R1 and R2 rat was used, animal was used, and 0 hour means prior to the treatment and 4 hour after treatment, after treatment. And the various parameters was were observed, and hemogram and the biochemical, and shows that all are in normal range. And further histopathological study was also carried out, and here the heart micrograph we can see, and in case of heart this is a normal architecture of cardiomyocytes and myocardium were observed, and no sign of increased vacuolization of the cardiomyocytes. In case of kidney, here architecture of the renal capsule is completely normal, and central vacuolization area was observed. And in case of liver, the hepatic course is shown here, and no sign of thrombosis in the sinusoids. So normal architecture was also observed. And in case of lungs, airways and alveolar parenchymal mucosa seen in normal architecture, and absence of any kind of inflammation. And yes, this is a conclusion of what I have done. And after that, scope of future, actually yes, we want to develop some effective wound care dressing material prototype, and also want to carry out the in vivo studies related and compared to the market available brands for better understanding of our material efficacy, and to study pharmacokinetic studies and etc. And this is the references that I used. Acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge Director CSIR CGCRI, my CSIR Net GRF Fellowship, Dr. Vamsi Krishna Balla sir, our HOD PCCD, and my PhD supervisor Dr. Jui Chakraborty, my lab mates and my division. Thank you all for listening me.
Thank you, Payal, for your very nice presentation. It's really a good work.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe one or two questions from the audience itself. 2 minutes are there. Yes, Dr. Abhijit.
What was the motivation for taking this research program?
Actually, sir, healthcare related problems are really problem, and as I'm from that background where I facing various type of healthcare problems related from my family background. That's why it's my inner background, you can say. I always want to do that kind of research work from my very childhood, but wound care is the sector that is really addressed too much area, like diabetic foot ulcer, one of that, burn wound, that are typically wound maybe there are various type of wounds that we can address in various way, but it's like my motivation actually, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So you are making announcement. Okay. Will come here? Huh? Okay. So for the morning session, we are having keynote talk, then invited talk, and followed by the contributory talk of our own student. It was a very good session. I believe you have enjoyed all the scientific deliberations. I believe that these presentations have been able to create a scientific temper and scientific awareness of your futuristic research work, in the different fields, as we just heard from the different talks. With this, this technical session is concluded here, and I over to Sri Nilotpal for his comments and observations, if any.
Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. On behalf of Glamix Fiesta team, I would like to hand over a memento as a token of appreciation to our session chair. Now we will have a tea break and we will reassemble here at 11:45 sharp.
এই হিলোলকে ডাক, রক্তিমা রক্তিমা একবার হিলোলকে ডাক, হিলোলকে ডাক, দেখ দেখ। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ এইটাতে কোনটা কি বলে রেড কালারটা কোনটা রেড এই যে এইটা এইটা পয়েন্টটা রেডটা আর এইটা হচ্ছে স্লাইড কোনগুলো না ওগুলো আমি কিছু দেখতাম এই যে ব্যাগটা চা খেয়ে আসি কারণ আমি তোমার চেঞ্জটা পরে করে দিই, তোমার তো আফটার লাঞ্চ আমি চাটা খেয়ে আসি কারণ আমার চায়ের পরেই আমার আছে ওইখানে, ঠিক আছে আমি তোমারটা লাঞ্চের সময় করে দিই। এটা চলবে কি চাইছি লাঞ্চে সব লাঞ্চে সব লাঞ্চে লাঞ্চে আমাকে খালি প্রেজেন্টেশন আমি তোমার নাটকের জন্য নাটকের জন্য হ্যাঁ 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 রিসাইটেশনের একটা আছে হ্যাঁ নাটকেরটা এখানে আছে কিন্তু নাটকটা বলছে ঠিক আছে লাঞ্চের পরে দেখছি লাঞ্চের পরে দেখছি তুমি একবার দেখো না দেখো
আমার এরপরে আমার যে কি খারাপ লাগলো আমার খারাপ প্রেজেন্টেশনের ভরপাই আমার
কোথায় আছে
হ্যাঁ
কোথায় আছে রক্তিমা
এই শ্যামলদা শ্যামলদা ও শ্যামলদা ও নিয়ে যাবে
আরে এটা তোমার ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ডে হচ্ছে ভিডিও হচ্ছে স্ক্রিপ্টটা দেখে নেবে তো তুমি চালিও না
ও শ্যামলদা ক্যান্সেল পেন্সিল মাইক আছে
এটা দেখে না কি আছে কে আছে ভিডিও হচ্ছে না এখন স্ট্রিম ভিডিও
হচ্ছে পুরোটাই চলে
ওই তিস্তা না লাগবে তুমি যাও 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 কেউ কিছু বললে আমি আসছি
এই রুমটা আমি চেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছি ঠিক আছে এটা বেটার লাগছে দরজা ফটফট থেকে যখন এখানটা যে সাউন্ড আছে কিছু তুমি এটা কপি করো না কপি করো না ব্যাক করো
আচ্ছা এটা কপি করে রাখবো কোথায় কি সেটাই তো দেখ
তুমি একদম লাস্টে যাও তুমি ওই পারফর্মটাই ওটা দেখবে তো
চালিয়ে দেখো
তুমি স্লাইড তুমি সাউন্ড
রেকর্ডিং হচ্ছে বলছে
আমি তোমার পাশে দেখব
স্লাইড অফ করতে স্লাইড অফ
রক্তিমা এটাতে ইকোটা কোনটা একবার চালিয়ে দেখে দিই এইটা লাইভ টাইম না
এই 11টাই
আমার তো ওরাল আছে দেবো করবো অন করবো
সাউন্ড আসছে না আরে ওটা তো ওখানে হয়
এখানে সাউন্ড কমানো আছে।
অনিশা শুধু একটা ন্যারেশন
এটা বাড়ছে না কেন রক্তিমা?
শুরুতে ন্যারেশনটা দেবে, তারপর থেকে তুই এইগুলো কন্ট্রোল করতে।
দাদা দেখি
এটা ব্ল্যাঙ্ক আছে নাকি?
না
স্লাইড ব্ল্যাঙ্ক আছে কিন্তু কিছু
এটা
এটা
শুধু
ওখান থেকে বন্ধ করে রেখেছি নিশ্চয়ই।
কালকেও সেম জিনিসটা হচ্ছে।
হ্যালো হ্যালো,
হ্যাঁ অন আছে তো।
এখান থেকে একটা আউটপুট দেবে, এখান থেকে একটা আউটপুট যাবে।
এখানটা থেকে কি একটা এখানে লাগানো ছিল, তারপরে সাউন্ডটা আসছিল। এখানে
কালকে
কিছু
সাউন্ড
একটা
আসছিল তো, কালকে একবারে চেক
কালকে তো
হয়েছিল
আসছিল
তো।
তো সাউন্ড।
তাহলে এখন বেকার কেন চাপ নিচ্ছিস? এখন গিয়ে চল চা ফা খা।
তুমি এটা জাস্ট সেভ করে দাও।
আমি কেন করে দেবো? নিজে তো বাড়ি করে নে।
কিন্তু এটা রাখা হবে কোথায়? হ্যাঁ
আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে,
অডিওটা নিয়েছি।
সৌমেনদা
চললে তো অ্যাটলিস্ট
কিন্তু এটা
অডিওটা দিয়ে দিলাম, অডিওটা
এটা
কোথায়
ওপেন
আছে?
থাকবে, এটাকে ঢেকে দেবে বললো যে।
অডিওটা তো হোয়াটসঅ্যাপে আছে।
হ্যাঁ পোডিয়ামটাকে ঢেকে
সেটাকে
দেবে
মেল
বললো
করবো?
এটা আমি অলরেডি পিপিটিতে দিয়ে দিয়েছি।
পোডিয়ামটা ঢেকে দিলে এটা রাখতে অসুবিধা
এটা অ্যাড
তো।
করা হয়ে গেছে।
কিন্তু তাহলে তো এই পর্দা খুলতে হবে, এই পোর্শন তাহলে পুরো ব্লক হবে।
সিমেট্রি চেঞ্জ হয়ে যাবে।
কিন্তু ওরা কোথা থেকে অপারেট করবে তাহলে? ঠিক আছে ওটা থাকুক, এটা টেনে ওটা টেনে দেওয়া হবে। তাহলে ও এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে থাকবে এরকম কেন? আগে ওটা টেনে দেওয়া হয়েছিল। ওটা খোলা যাবে।
ওটা খোলা যাবে।
এখন বলিস না, এখন বলিস না। থাক।
থাক ছেড়ে দাও। আচ্ছা তুমি এটা কি কপি করতে পারছো না? নাকি কি হচ্ছে? Can you do this?
এটা কপি করে রাখবো কোথায়?
ডেস্কটপে রাখ। কপি কর। নাম নেম
কপি and then minimize করবে সব কেটে দেবে। এটা না
এটা
এটা
চলবে?
মিনিমাইজ করো।
এটা রাখবো কোথায়?
মিনিমাইজ করে ডেস্কটপে
মিনিমাইজ
আপাতত
কর,
রাখো, তারপরে
মিনিমাইজটা কর।
এটা চলছে
এখানে দেখ এখানে কি আছে, ভার্চুয়াল বানিয়েছে এখানে ড্রামা বলে একটা কর, বা ভার্চুয়াল বা এখানে দেখতে এখানে ভিতরে কি আছে এখানে। এখানে দিস না, থাক এখানে দিস না, তুই একটা নতুন নিউ ডে টু
হ্যাঁ এখানটাতে একটা নিউ ফোল্ডার করে দাও, ড্রামা বলে। এখানটাতে খুলে দাও।
তুই তাহলে পিপিটির মধ্যে ঢুকিয়ে দিস বলছিস তো? অডিওটা
অডিও সাইটেশনটা রানছে এখনো আনেনি।
যেটা চলছিল সেটা দিয়ে দাও, এটা ব্যাকগ্রাউন্ড। এটা নয় ওদের
দেখছি
পেছনে
কোনটা ছিল?
ওই যে গ্ল্যামিক্সের
এটা ছিল না?
হ্যাঁ এটা ফুল স্ক্রিন করে দাও, পাওয়ার পয়েন্টে করে দাও, ব্যাস চল।
তোর কটায় তোর প্রেজেন্টেশন কোথায়?
আমার এরপরে থার্ড প্রেজেন্টেশন লাঞ্চের জাস্ট আগে তো। ও তো কোন উপরে? হ্যাঁ না আমার তো কোন উপরে? আমার তো কোন
ধান ঘুমাচ্ছে কেন?
My presentation.
কি প্রিন্ট? লিরিক্সগুলো তিস্তার কাছে নেই, লিরিক্স আমার বইতে আছে, সফট কপিও এখানে রাখা আছে সবই, কিন্তু আমি নাম বলে দিলে খুঁজে পাবেন। তিস্তা কাছে বলে দে, তাও ডেস্কটপে বলবি যে ডেস্কটপটা লতাদি বসে ওই ডেস্কটপে গিয়ে এসকর বলে একটা ফোল্ডার আছে, এসকর ফোল্ডারটার মধ্যে গ্ল্যামিক্স ম্যাশআপ সংস বলে একটা করা আছে, ওইটাতে বলবি দেখতে। ওই সায়নকে ঘুম থেকে তোল, বল চা খেতে যা। এই তো পয়েন্টটা ছাড়াও তো চেঞ্জ করা যাবে, এটা দিয়েও তো চেঞ্জ করা যাবে, এটা দিয়ে চেঞ্জ করবো পয়েন্ট। হ্যাঁ এরপরে পাঁচটা হ্যাঁ স্যার। তারপরে আছে পল্লবী, তারপরে পিঠা, পিঠা শেষ, মানে এই সেশনে তিনটে আমার পল্লবী পিঠা। হ্যাঁ ওই ছবিটা কাল বের করে দাম, ছবিটা স্যার পাঠালেন।
সেরকম না, লাইভ ডেমো করে দেওয়ার কাজ নেই, তারপর তো অনেকগুলো পড়ে যাবে, প্রথমে দিয়ে দেবো।
তাহলে তোমাকে এটা দিয়ে দেবো।
ভিডিও পড়া খাওয়ার পরে তো কাল চালাবো নাকি?
হ্যাঁ
সুনির্মল জানো তো?
নামটা চেঞ্জ হয়েছে?
হ্যাঁ
সুশান্তকে বল, সুশান্তকে আমি এইমাত্র ডাক। স্যার আছে আছে, না স্যার আছে আছে, সুশান্তকে ডাক।
হুম ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। তোমার তো এখন না, তোমার তোমার প্রথমটা না? হুম ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, বলে দেবো সবাই আসো।
লাগবে তো আমাদের লাইভ ডেমোর জন্য। না না দিয়ে গেল কোনগুলো দেবো যাই না, সুশান্ত আর ছিল বলে অনুষ্ঠুপ ছিল, ওরা দেখে অনুষ্ঠুপকে তো আমি আজকে দেখতে পেলাম না। না না অনুষ্ঠুপ এটার পরে তো লাগবে, অনুষ্ঠুপ আর সুশান্ত ছিল স্যার একটু ওখানে একটু start করুন। Students are requested to kindly come in front rows of the seats.
কি হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ চলে আসছে চলে আসছে I welcome you all in the fourth session of oral presentation. In this session, we have 3 contributory talks. Without any wasting of time, I would like to invite Dr. Sunirmal Jana, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR CGCRI, to come up on the stage and chair this session.
Good morning, all of you. I am happy to be here to chair this session. I hope you are all enjoying the program. So, in this oral presentation 4 session, we have 3 speakers, Susmita Kaur, Pallavi Rai, and Pritha Patro. So, without wasting further time, may I invite Susmita Kaur to present his talk. Your time is 12 minutes presentation, followed by 3 minutes discussion. Okay?
Should I start,
Okay,
sir?
please start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Good morning to all of you. Today I am going to present my work entitled Treatment of Toxic Contaminants Bearing Wastewater using Industrial Waste Derived Biochar for Recycling Purpose and Eco-Friendly Sludge Disposal, a step towards circular economy. I am Shushmita Kaur, working under the supervision of Dr. Shourja Ghosh and Dr. Sunil Kumar from CSIR NIRI, and as a CSIR PhD scholar here, and from Division of Membrane and Separation Technology. So, as we all know, the textile industry is one of the pioneer of Indian economy, but produce a lot of waste in the form of solid and liquid, and mainly follows a linear economy model. That is, they extract the raw material from our own mother nature to make their product, and finally thrown after their use as waste. So in the present work, I have tried to imply the circular economy model in case of textile industry. Since in circular economy, there is no waste production. Here waste is used as raw material for another value-added product generation. So, and the benefits of circular economy are it maximize the creative value and minimize the environmental impact, as well as it can help us to achieve the global objectives of sustainability in terms of economic, environment and social development. So with this, objectives of my works are as follows. First of all, synthesis of surface engineered biochar and optimization of process parameters from post-industrial textile waste with higher yield and enhanced adsorption capacity towards emerging contaminants. Here I just want to share you that what is post-industrial textile waste. It is actually the fabric waste generated during manufacturing, includes the apparel cuttings, excess fabrics owing to cuttings or rejection for quality issues, and more than 1 million ton of textile are disposed every year through in the form of post-industrial textile waste, and in traditional they are generally dumped into landfills or incinerated at high temperature. which can pollute the groundwater as well as the air pollutant gases also releases during incineration. So the objectives are as follows. I'm continuing from the next part. Performance evaluation of the surface engineered biochar prepared from this post-industrial textile waste for the adsorptive removal of different reactive industrial dyes, and their detailed research on regeneration to maximize the reusability of the surface engineered biochar. Then reuse of the reclaimed water in agricultural purpose and studying the environmental impact of the treated water on different plant systems. Then application of the spent biochar in the value-added product development, and finally the cost analysis and comparative study with the commercially available activated carbons. Now come to the result part. First I have to analyze whether the post-industrial cotton textile waste is good for as a precursor for biochar or not. So for that case, I have analyzed the moisture content, ash content, fixed carbon content, and the volatile matter. These are known as proximate analysis. And here we can see the lower moisture content, ash content, and higher content of volatile matters makes it suitable for porous biochar development. This is the thermogravimetric analysis that I have done for the as such cotton waste as well as the phosphorus doped cotton waste. Phosphorus doping is done because cotton waste is actually made up of very high strong bonded cellulose and hemicellulose and lignin structure. To break this cellulose, hemicellulose and lignin structural bond, we need to use some acids or bases or some heteroatom doping. Here I am using phosphoric acid for phosphorus doping. So this is the schematic for surface engineered biochar synthesis. First I have cut it in the smaller sizes, 1 into 1 meter square area, and then dried at 60 degrees centigrade. Then acid activation was done, and after that carbonization at different temperature, and finally washing and drying at 80 degrees centigrade to get our post-industrial cotton textile waste biochar. This is the plausible reaction pathway between H3PO4 and cellulose-rich cotton textile waste. Actually, there are intermediate compounds like levoglucazone and furfuryl, and then after their continuous aromatization reaction, condensation reaction and aromatization, finally we get the biochar network. These are different characterizations of different biochars produced at different pyrolysis temperature at 300, 500 and 700. Here we can see that with increasing temperature, specific surface area increases, but the yield decreases because most of, with increasing temperature, the volatile matter losses more as compared to the lower temperature. And from FES images, you can see the number of pores also increases with increasing temperature, and hence the adsorption capacity of these biochars measured in terms of methylene blue number also increases with increasing temperature. Now the FTR and XRD analysis of biochar pyrolyzed at different temperature. From FTR we can see the bond at 954 centimeter inverse. It confirms the phosphorus doping since it's a PO stretching vibration, and other functional groups like OH and C double bond O, C double bond C also are present, confirmed from the FTIR. And peaks appeared at 24 degree and 42 degree signifies the graphitic nature developed in the biochar produced. Now come to the performance evaluation. We have evaluated its performance using synthetic reactive dyes as well as the real textile effluent. First I have done the synthetic reactive dyes. For synthetic reactive dyes we have used different reactive dyes like Raymarine red, blue, black and violet. And parameters studied here are pH, adsorbent dose and contact time. The result we are getting that is adsorbent dose was around 2 gram per liter, pH dependency almost negligible, and contact time was 5 hours. From this we are getting removal efficiency of more than 99%. And adsorption capacity was around 285 to 335 mg per gram for different reactive dyes, and kinetic model that is followed, that is pseudo second order. Now this is the performance evaluation using the real textile effluents. Here we have used 3 types of textile effluents depending on the dyes and the nature of dyes they are using. We are collected directly from the industry, and this is the COD removal and dye removal that I am showing here in the graph. And here we have also used the 2 gram per liter of biochar dose, and removal efficiency was almost greater than 95%. This is the different parameters of textile effluents before and after observation, and these are the pictures of the before and after observation of different textile effluents.
Now regeneration study, that is the most important part for any kind of adsorbent material, and here I have studied up to 6 cycles, and we can see that absorption efficiency lowered around 34% and surface area decreased down to 50%. Apart from the powdered biochar, I have also synthesized the granular biochar for continuous column study. For granular biochar formation, I have used sodium alginate solution and then calcium chloride, that is, to form the granulated biochar. And this is the small scale lab setup for evaluating the continuous column process. And this is the large scale that we have also studied in these large scale columns of 1 meter. Now the most important part, that is the recycling of the spent biochars. Here I am using the composting. What is composting? Composting is just to degrade any kind of waste through biologically process. So that is why I have used this for preparing the compost. I have used that spent biosorbent, diluted spent biosorbent, sawdust and garden soil. Just to enhance the microbial degradation, we have added this garden soil because as we know that soil itself contains different kind of microbes which can help us to degrade the different kind of waste. And after maintaining the moisture content of about 65 to 70% for continuously for 45 days, we are getting the final compost. And during these days, we have also studied the most important parameter for any kind of compost, that is its pH, C/N ratio, ammoniacal nitrogen, and electrical conductivity. These are the graphs that are showing that how it is varied during these 45 days. Now that is the ecotoxicity study of this prepared compost on model plants. First we need to study the germination index of any kind of this kind of composting final material, and for that we have used the CSIR retinum seeds, and we can see from the pictures that the number of seeds generated as almost similar to as compared to the distilled water solution and the compost extract solution. And the parameters we can see the relative seed germination, relative root growth, both are higher as compared to the distilled water extract, since the compost not only include the microbes as well as it has some different micro and macronutrients also, which can help the plants to grow. Then I have studied it also on the tomato plant using the tomato seeds, and not only the biochar treated compost but also that biochar treated water. For this we have studied in different conditions where we have used on distilled water, and in some condition we have used distilled water with compost. Okay. And in some conditions we have used distilled water without compost, and biochar treated water with compost, and biochar treated water without compost. And parameter we have studies that are height and weight, chlorophyll content, and different stress enzymes like SOD, IPX, and catalase. So these are the different variation that we can just directly jump to the observations. That is maximum height and weight observed for the plants grown in condition 2, where we are using the soil conditioner compost as soil conditioner and distilled water for moistening the soil. Next, the highest concentration of stress enzyme activity, that is SOD, APX, and catalase, was observed in condition 4, where compost was induce a huge stress on the plants. But in condition 3, the stress enzyme concentrations are comparatively lower, since the compost was used enriched with different nutrients, which can lowering the stress conditions because of the salt. Then the highest concentration of chlorophyll content observed in condition 2, where we have used the compost for soil conditioner and distilled water for moistening the soil. And finally, the relative seed germination, relative root growth that we have observed in CSIR retinum was higher in compost extracted water as compared to the control, since it contains a good number of macro and micronutrients. Finally, the cost analysis for the textile waste derived biochar. The payback cost is actually the difference between the commercially available carbons and the price of our biochar. This is the comparison of our biochar with commercial grade biochar. That here we can see that dye removal efficiency is always higher as compared to the other biochars, whereas the cost of the adsorbent is almost nearer or sometimes it lower as compared to other available carbons. So here I come to the conclusion, that is paralytic conversion of post-industrial textile waste into biochar reveals a sustainable solution of it in a closed loop approach. 500 degrees centigrade was finally optimized for pyrolysis of the cotton textile waste with higher specific surface area and considerable yield. More than 99% of dye removal and 75% of COD removal is achieved using the biochar even from real textile effluents at the same optimized biochar dose. Reusability showed around 50% reduction in surface area and 34% of reduction in the adsorption efficiency up to 6 cycles of regeneration. And immobilization of spent biochar into compost shows a positive impact on the plant growth, as we can see from the GI value. These are my publications till now and awards. And finally, I want to thank to the chairperson of this session, Team Glamix Fiesta, Director CSIR, my supervisor and co-supervisor, my HOD, and characterization instrumentation facilities and financial assistance from DST and CSR. Thank you.
Thank you, Susmita, for your excellent talk.
Thank you.
Now the presentation is open for discussion. Few questions can be invited. Yeah, Dr. Pramanik, please.
Thank you, Smita.
Thank you.
So I have two observations or comments. One is the, like you have prepared the biochar. What is the pore characteristics? Have you studied
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is mesoporous in nature, and pore dye was in the range of 2 to 13 nanometer.
2 to 13?
13.
Okay. And second point is that whether it can be regenerated again.
Yes, sir. I have tried the regeneration up to 6 cycles, and for up to 6 cycles, the surface area reduced around 50%.
No,
And
6 cycle you are using.
yes, sir.
6 times.
Reusing means continuously.
Once it exhausted, whether
yes.
it can be regenerated by through several chemical treatments.
Yes, actually.
Because it's a carbon.
Yes, sir. Actually, we are regenerated using 60% of acetone solution.
Okay.
And using that, I have tried up to 6 cycles.
So after regeneration, how much your pore characteristics change or impurity level comes down? Have
Yes,
you
sir.
studied it?
Pore dye that I have not characterized till now, but I have actually I am characterized the adsorption capacity of the regenerated biochar. That is up to 6 cycles. The surface area and the absorption capacity both are characterized.
Okay. Because if you can regenerate multiple, your cost calculation, whatever shown, 1500 per kg like that.
Yes, sir.
That will come down because you will be continuous using.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So any short question? One short question?
Thank you, Susmita. The biocompost, have you analyzed the micronutrients present in the
yes, sir.
sample?
Yes, sir.
What are the micronutrients and their concentration?
Yes, actually the sodium, potassium that mainly assessed. So here I have assessed the sodium, potassium, calcium, these 3 elements in the compost.
Okay. And the methylene blue number, what is
yes,
that?
Sir. Sir, actually for 1 gram of methylene dye removal, how much carbon is used? That is the methylene blue number.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Susmita.
Thank you,
for your nice talk. Now our next speaker is Pallavi Rai. She will speak on effect of temperature on thermal cyclic behavior of glass ceramic bond coated TBC system. Okay, Pallavi, please start.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Pallavi Roy. I am going. In case of the gas turbines, we increase more the temperature, more will be efficiency. So our target is to increase the temperature of the thermal gas turbine system. But when we increase the temperature, the metallic part of the gas turbines make durability of thermal barrier coatings and also by using coolant air. My research work's aim is to improve the durability of the thermal barrier coating system. Thermal barrier coating system basically used in the sun property. Now, the main part of the gas turbine thermal barrier coating system is substrate, which should have fatigue and creep resistant property, oxidation resistant property, high heat resistant property, better mechanical property. And basically used conventional substrates are Inconel and pneumonic alloy. Another part of the thermal barrier coating system is bond coat, which also should have certain properties such as creep resistant, oxidation resistance, as well as good adhesion with the substrate, which is the important part. Conventionally, nickel and or nickel, cobalt, chromium, aluminum, yttrium based super alloy are used for bond coating purpose. Another important part is thermally grown oxide, which is required in the range of 2 to 3 micron to balance the thermal mismatch that is produced in TBC during thermal exposure. But if the thickness of the TGO become more than 3 micron, then crack may form in between the bond coat and top coat interface that may lead to spallation of the thermal barrier coating system. Another important part of the thermal barrier coating system is top coat. Top coat also should have certain properties such as thermal insulation property. Another is it should have low thermal conductivity and thermal expansion coefficient should be matched with the bond coat part of the thermal barrier coating. Conventionally, we use yttrium stabilized zirconia, gadolinium stabilized zirconia powder for top coat material. Now, my objectives of my research work is to use glass ceramics as the bond coat in a novel TBC system and to conduct cyclic oxidation study of glass ceramic bonded TBC system. Another is to high temperature sintering effect on glass ceramic bonded TBC system. Now the question is why I select glass ceramic as bond coat? Because glass ceramics are already oxide, so there is no chance to again further oxidation during thermal exposure. Besides this, I have selected glass ceramic. Glass selected because glass has viscous component, so it can relax the stress that generated during thermal exposure. And ceramic have been selected because ceramics has crystalline structure that can hinder the crack formation during thermal exposure and due to mismatch, and thus we can improve the lifetime of the TBC system. I have selected generally barium oxide, magnesium oxide and titanium oxide glass for TBC preparation. This is my experimental studies through which I have prepared sample, preparation of glass plate, then glass plates are powdered in ball milling machine and these are sprayed over the glass substrate and then fired at 1120 degrees centigrade to make it glass coated and then heat treated to obtain glass ceramide sample and then plasma spraying over it. This is the glass ceramic coated sample. This is the YSZ coated sample over the glass ceramides coated sample and this is the plasma spraying machine through which I have prepared the sample YSZ coated sample. From the phase analysis, I observed that in case of the figure A, there is present zirconia, yttrium, nickel, aluminium in case of the conventional TBC system. Another in case of the glass ceramic sample, there is the main crystalline phase is the magnesium silicate and also with that aluminium titanate silica and magnesium silicates also present. This is the cross-sectional study before thermal cycling. This is the first figure is cross-sectional same image of glass ceramic bonded sample. Second figure is surface same image and another figure is conventional TBC cross-sectional image before thermal cycling. I have continued thermal cycling by putting the sample in the furnace at 1000 degrees centigrade for 10 minutes and then cooling for 10 minutes. These cycles are continued up to 500 cycles. From this data, I have weight change plotted with respect to number of cycle. It was observed that in case of the conventional system, there is weight gain up to 300 cycle, then weight loss. In case of the glass ceramic sample, also there is weight gain, weight loss. That indicates that we can use glass ceramic with conventional system. And to observe more data, I have continued these cycles also at 1100 degrees centigrade up to 400 cycle. And from this data, we clear that in case of the conventional system, there is weight gain is very clear up to 100 cycle and again weight loss. But in case of the glass ceramic, there is weight loss, but not so much compared to the conventional TBC system. That indicates that glass ceramic sample is better than the conventional TBC system. Another is sintering study. I continued, but I have data at 1000 degrees centigrade. I have also some work to be done in future. This indicates that top surface has sintered, but I have to be done it in future. Another is cross-sectional study. From this figure, we see that in figure A, there is TGO formation in between top coat bond coat interface in case of the conventional system. But in figure C, we observe that there is no TGO in between top coat bond coat interface for glass ceramic sample. And B and D are the magnified image of this.
Could you please pointer?
Yes, sir. In case of the conventional system, there is TGO in between the top coat bond coat interface. This is the magnified image, and this is the top coat bond coat interface for our glass ceramic sample. There is no TGO. This confirms that glass ceramics are better than the conventional system. This is the cross-sectional study in between bond coat substrate interface. There is no reaction layer. In case of the glass ceramic sample, there is a small reaction layer which is formed due to substrate oxidation during formation. This is required to make it more adhere with the substrate. Another is EDEX analysis. From line EDEX analysis, we observed that certain elements are present, and from the TGO analysis, this is point analysis, from which we observe that in TGO, alumina, chromium, cobalt, nickel, zirconia are present in case of the in case of the conventional TBC system. And this is GC bonded TBC system that indicate that glass materials, that is magnesium oxide, silica, zirconia, etc. are present. This is the cross-sectional study at 1100 degrees centigrade. There is conventional TBC system, there is certain TGO layer is formed which is confirmed in the magnified image. There is TGO in between the top coat bond coat interface. In case of the glass ceramic sample, there is no TGO in between top coat bond coat interface, but there is a reaction layer is formed in between bond coat and substrate interface. This was confirmed by EDEX analysis. In case of the conventional system, on that point analysis of the TGO, we also again confirm that aluminium, chromium, cobalt, nickel oxides are present in the conventional system, and this is the point EDEX of the top coat bond coat interface of GC bonded TBC. This is also confirmed that glass materials are present. This is the EDEX analysis of the bond coat substrate interface, and which reaction layer is found in case of the cross-sectional analysis, and from this reaction layer we observe that there is magnesium, aluminium, silicon oxides are formed. This will be again investigated in future. I have just collect this data. Now I have certain work that has to be in future done, centering study of glass ceramic bonded sample at different temperature, thermal cycling study with different glass composition, and also thermal cycling study of new functionally graded glass ceramic bonded system at different temperature. Now, conclusion is that TBC system is better heat resistance and also oxidation resistance compared to the conventional TBC system. And also, it was observed that no TGO formation occurred in glass ceramic bonded TBC system, and sintering of YSZ of top coats was observed in both case of conventional and glass ceramic bonded TBC. So thankful to the director of CSIR. I am also thankful head of BCCD, CSIR CGCRI, and supervisor Dr. Sumona Ghosh for providing me suggestion to conduct my research work. I am also thankful to head Advanced Mechanical and Materials Characterization Division, Advanced Material Characterization Unit, and Material Characterization and Instrumentation Division. Last but not least, I am also thankful to my parents, without whose inspiration I cannot walk a single step. Thank you.
Thank you, Pallavi, for your nice talk. Now you have ended your from student side. Anyone from students? Yeah, please.
Pallavi, my question is that have you done any of the mechanical testing to find the strength of the coating?
Yes.
Mechanical testing to find the strength of the coating.
Yes.
What are the tests you have done to find the strength of the coating?
I have to be done in future for conducting sintering study.
Achha,
Okay. Then?
Anyone from audience?
Okay, Dr. Kaushik Viswas. Dr. Kaushik Viswas.
Hello. Pallavi, very nice presentation, well organized presentation. Congratulations for that. Just I have one query that, please little bit left. So you are talking about glass ceramic. You are expecting your material to be glass ceramic. And you have also mentioned that glass should be there to have some viscous flow. Am I right? So what is your material? Ultimately it is a completely ceramic, means whatever X-ray diffraction you have shown.
No, sir.
So glass is there?
Glass is the matrix over which ceramic.
So how do you confirm that? Do you have anything so that you can identify whether residual glass is there or whole your system is getting crystallized during heat treatment? Did you do any kind of study?
Yes, sir. XRD, from XRD we observed that silica
No.
is present.
He is asking, Dr. Bishwas is asking, how much glass and how much ceramic is present in your glass ceramic system?
No, sir. I will do in future, sir.
Yes, that you check,
Yes,
because
sir.
from the X-ray diffraction it seems to me your glass, if it is there, it is very less, because X-ray diffraction indicates sometimes some halo, presence of halo. Otherwise it is very nice work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Dr. Mr. Sacha Majumdar.
Pallavi, thank you. My question is that two things. One is what is the difference of thickness?
Yes, sir.
There are two coatings, no? You have studied conventional one as well as your glass ceramic coating. So is there any difference in the thickness as well as the substrate material plus whatever you have coated, glass ceramic as well as your conventional coating? Is there any weight difference?
Yes, sir.
You understand my point? Because you are looking for thermal barrier coating, that is fine, but because of your coating, if the weight of the substrate is much more than your conventional coating, then it will compromise something else, turbine speed and all. So have you studied that one, the thickness as well as the what is the mass difference, weight difference?
I referred the thickness only, mass difference.
So thickness is conventional thickness and your glass ceramic coating thickness, these are more or less equal?
Equal, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
But weight is different, sir. Because glass is light compared to the metallic.
Okay. But he said that very less quantity, Dr. Bishwas indicated that you have very less quantity of glass. It appears from your XRD. So you check that one.
Yes, sir. I will check it in future.
Yeah, I have one short question. So you have used zirconia. So it is fully stabilized or partially stabilized?
Partially stabilized.
So if it is partially stabilized, then it has a chance to martensitic transformation. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
So
that's why I used 8 to 8% yttria stabilized zirconia.
how much the yttria is there?
8 to 8%, sir.
Partially stabilized.
Partially stabilized 8 to 8%.
So here you wrote the advanced mechanical head. You saw the acknowledgement?
Sorry.
Acknowledgement.
Sorry. Yes, sir.
Head advanced mechanical and materials characterization division. You work under this division?
I have worked.
Okay. Thank you. Presentation. And thank you once again.
Thank you, sir.
Now our next speaker is Pritha Patro. She will speak on mid-air transparent thulium 3+ doped oxyfluorolanthanum yttrium telluride glass ceramics for 1.8 millimeter emission. 1.8 millimeter emission. Yeah, it should be micron. Micrometer. It should be micrometer. Okay, Pritha, please start.
So, good afternoon everyone. Thank you sir for introducing me, and also my whole Glamix Fiesta team. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present my work through this platform. Today I will be presenting on the topic mid-IR transparent thulium dope oxyfluorolanthanum yttrium telluride glass ceramics for 1.8 micron emission. And as the title suggests, I am working on telluride glass ceramics. So before going into the work I have done, I would like to introduce you with the matrix I am working, which is the glass ceramics. What is glass ceramics? Glass ceramics is a composite matrix that contains at least one or more than one functional crystalline phase. Those are dispersed into the residual glassy matrix, and in combination this matrix shows the novelities of both amorphous and the crystalline phase. And out of all other glassy matrix, particularly I chose oxyfluorotelluride glass for ceramization, because this is a well known low phonon energy glass matrix, which is the combination of other two glass matrix, which is telluride and fluoride, and suitable for visible to MIR rare earth based emission. Though it exhibits suitable mechanical and thermal properties, actually better thermal and mechanical properties compared to the conventional fluoride glasses. And as I was saying, it has low phonon energy, which is less than 650 centimeter inverse. It has transparency window, wide transparency window up to 7 micron, high rare earth refractive index, high rare earth solubility, and especially it has low melting temperature below 900 degrees centigrade, and it is a low TG glass. That's why ceramization is easily possible. But here I like to mention that transparent glass ceramics fabrication, which is suitable for photonic application, it is little hard for telluride glasses. It is not that much of crystallizable. But on that behalf, oxyfluorolanthanum telluride glasses are quite suitable for ceramization or crystallization. These glasses can precipitate two types of crystalline phase. One is oxide based, which is lanthanum based, lanthanide based anti-glass crystalline phase, lanthanum telluride crystalline phase, or lanthanum or yttrium based fluoride crystalline phase. And as you can see, these crystalline phase itself contains lanthanum rare earth. So when we are doping some other rare earth, luminescent rare earth ion, there is a possibility that it will directly be included into the crystalline environment. And based on the literature survey, here I have drawn a pictorial diagram showing all the developed and future application of transparent telluride glass ceramics, and this has been published in Progress in Material Science. So particularly in this work, my aim is to study how, when we are going from compositional change oxide to oxyfluoride, what are the advantages we are getting in terms of photonic application, and as I am working with rare earth element of periodic table. So in this work, my aim is to study the role of lanthanum and yttrium, which is another rare earth element, their role on transparency of oxyfluorotelluride glass ceramics. Particularly from the whole rare earth series, I choose thulium ion for its 2 micron emission, and also I have investigated the effect of lanthanum and yttrium on emission properties and also ceramization properties of oxyfluorotelluride glass ceramics. Here is the schematic of how I fabricated I have melted the glass at 900 degrees centigrade, and these are the 4 composition I choose. First one is completely oxide glass OTT, and then from 1 to 2 to 3 I am replacing the lanthanum oxide with lanthanum fluoride. This I named with FTT, and again I am replacing this lanthanum with another rare earth yttrium completely. And I have first melted all these 4 glasses, and from the melted glass, after annealing, I have prepared 2 mm thickness glass plate, and based on the DFC data of all these 4 glasses, I particularly selected the heat treatment schedule for ceramization. And here is a schematic, basic schematic, how basic two type of crystallization actually happen. First of all, the bulk crystallization, where homogeneous crystal growth happens throughout the matrix, and outcome is transparent glass ceramics. And another process, another crystallization process is surface crystallization, where crystal growth takes place particularly towards the interface of amorphous and crystalline matrix, and as the crystal growth is particularly taking place towards a particular crystal plane. That is why in the glass ceramics transparency is minimizing and opaque glass ceramics is obtaining. And both all the glass and glass ceramics, all the material I have characterized using this characterization technique, and thulium particularly I have doped for 1.8 micron emission. First, using DSC I have investigated how when we are going from oxide to oxyfluoride, how the thermal properties are changing. And you can see you can see from the DSC diagram that all the characteristic thermal temperature I have extracted from these DSC diagrams, and based on all those characteristic temperature Tg, Tx1, Tp1 and Tm, all the thermal stability parameter, del T, Ruby parameter, glass forming ability, Sat-Pauli parameter, which is the stability against devitrification, I have calculated. And if you follow the value, you can see as we are going from oxide to oxyfluoride, here del T value it is increasing, thermal stability is increasing, although Ruby glass formability also increasing, Sat-Pauli parameter also increasing, but Tg is actually decreasing. And for FTT glass, where 10% lanthanum fluoride is there, you can see multiple crystalline peak is there, and also multiple melting temperature is there, which defines that when we will heat treat it at if we heat treat this glass or ceramize this glass at different temperature, then there is a possibility that different crystalline phase will form. And if we follow the YTT DSC diagram, we can see the first crystallization peak, it is a combination of overlapped multiple peaks. So at lower temperature there is a chance that simultaneously multiple crystalline phase will form. Now let us see how the structure is changing from oxide to oxyfluoride. Here I have table oxide to oxyfluoride. You can see the structure, network structure, it is re-establishing. It is re-establishing. TOG from oxide to oxyfluoride, you can see phonon energy, it is decreasing. First heat treatment temperature, ceramization temperature at 450 degree. Here I have found that oxide glass after ceramization is completely transparent, OFTT that is translucent, and this FTT glass after ceramization its transparency has minimized quite a bit. Here is the XRD diagram. You can see at oxide glass precipitated phase is only anti-glass phase, FTT anti-glass phase again, but for FTT at 450 degree centigrade along with anti-glass phase, fluoride lanthanum fluoride phase is also precipitating, which is minimizing its transparency. Now this I am telling about anti-glass phase, but this type of this anti-glass phase, this term, it is a crystallite which is not that much of popular. So tell me a bit about the anti-glass crystalline phase. It has very interesting structural property. It doesn't have that much of atomic ordering like pure crystalline phase, though theoretically it has the similar structure like calcium fluoride FCC crystal, but here though cationic arrangement is there, here is a lack of long range anionic arrangement. Basically this is a non-stoichiometric crystalline phase. From refinement we got, this is a non-stoichiometric formula, we come to the stoichiometric formula, this is a lanthanum telluride anti-glass crystallite phase. But due to the lack of long range anionic ordering, you
have 2 minutes more.
Yes, in XRD sharp diffraction is there, but in Raman no such sharpening, peak sharpening or shifting is there. You can see in OTT no peak shifting, no sharpening, but here you can see at 240, 295, 360 degree centigrade due to the formation of lanthanum fluoride, peak sharpening and shifting is there. 467 there is also peak sharpening which is coming from lanthanum fluoride, LAF vibrational band of lanthanum fluoride crystal. Now, because of the minimizing the transparency at 450 degree, the next treatment temperature we have selected at 430 degree, because the TG from OTT to FTT is 20 degree less, but at this temperature you can see transparent glass ceramic is obtained. But for YTT, 10% yttrium fluoride containing glass, transparency is minimizing completely. And from, if you follow the XRD diagram, at 430 for FTT, anti-glass phase is there, which is the reason behind the transparency of the glass ceramics. But YTT at low temperature also, YH3 phase is there along with the anti-glass phase. From Raman, similarly you can see peak sharpening and shifting due to the YH3 crystalline phase. Now, as I told, I have particularly selected for 1.8 micron emission, which is quite, it has enormous application in biomedical field as a safe laser material at 1.8 micron. I have selected thulium for doping in this matrix, which gave 1.8 micron wide band emission. And particularly why thulium? Holmium also gave emission in this particular range, but if we try to excite holmium, we have to use higher excitation wavelength. I mean, commercial laser diode we cannot use to excite holmium. Another sensitizing ion is there required. But for thulium, it has sufficiently high absorption cross section at 780, 698 and 804. It is easy to excite using the laser diode. And another important point, it has also a excitation at 475, but from literature I have not found any report where people have reported using 475 excitation wavelength people have achieved 1.8 micron emission. And I have checked that after thulium doping there is no change in transparency profile of lanthanum and yttrium. As such, thulium does not have any role on crystallization property. Here is a similar excited pattern. Next, in this particular matrix, we have found that from the excitation spectra, this 475 nanometer excitation had sufficiently high cross section. That is why using 475 nanometer excitation wavelength, I have achieved both for lanthanum and yttrium containing glasses and glass ceramics, NIR emission at 808 and 1.8 micron emission I can achieve. But the difference is that for lanthanum containing glass to glass ceramics, emission intensity is increasing due to the precipitation of crystalline phase, but for yttrium, after ceramization, the glass ceramics is opaque, that is why emission quenching we can observe. Why? The reason is that for opaque glass ceramics, light cannot pass through a opaque thing. So, whatever the emission is coming from the surface only lesser amount of ion is getting excited, so emission intensity is getting quenched after ceramization. And I have also observed that lifetime of this particular.
Please conclude.
Okay. This level also increased after ceramization, and this, now we are still carrying out the emission property analysis on this matrix, and we can up to this analysis up to this point we can say, I can say that FTT glass as well as glass ceramics, they are quite suitable for thulium ions 1.8 micron emission or as a laser gain medium. So these are my publication. And before finishing, I would like to acknowledge our director madam, head of specialty glass division, and of course my supervisor Annapurna ma'am and Amarnath sir and our collaborator, and also all other scientists, student and technical officer of my glass division. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeta, for your excellent talk. Now it is a time for discussion. Okay, please.
So you are projecting this glass for mainly laser gain medium, right?
Yes.
So, and you are showing the emission of 1.8 micron, but can you move? Okay. So, thulium doped glass, silica glass, and thulium YAG, thulium doped yttrium aluminum garnet crystal, those two are pretty established gain mediums in the wavelength range of 1.8 to 2.1 micron.
Yes.
How this glass is exactly in any sense better or at 1.8?
See, as I told, we are still working on the emission property, that is not fully done yet as the laser gain medium. only we have checked the emission property, but still I can answer that as I told, like there is no report on where excitation wavelength is 475 nanometer for your crystal also, for silica also. You have to use laser diode. So on that behalf, my matrix is suitable, and also
it's a new pump wavelength.
yes, low pump wavelength, and as the refractive index of telluride glass is higher than silicate, so emission cross section should be higher than silicate. And in terms of YAG, like fabrication cost of my material is quite effective.
So just one compared to silica or YAG, this glass is more power handling or less power handling?
I feel it is less power handling.
Okay.
It is a soft glass.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other question from the audience? If there is no other question, I have a short question, that is you got a non-stoichiometry composition, na?
Yes.
Is there any effect on Raman spectra?
Yes, sir. Because of the non-stoichiometry, no sharp scattering you can observe for anti-glass phase.
Okay.
Like glass like hump that we are getting from amorphous phase, that you will get for anti-glass crystalline phase.
Okay. Okay, thank you Pritha for
Thank
your
you.
excellent talk.
Thank you.
So in this session, all speakers presented their talk excellently with their good slides and also adhering the. Now it is my time to hand over the mic to organizer.
Okay, thank you, sir, for conducting the session. On behalf of Glamix Fiesta team, I would like to hand over a memento as a token of appreciation to our session chair. Now I would like to hand over the stage to Dr. Somushri Sengupta for conducting the next event, that is a live demo and exhibition.
Thank you, Nilotpal. I'm taking few minutes to rearrange the stages. Kindly the coordinator please help me for this. I'm requesting all the participants of this event, please be prepared with your things to present your pitches and demonstrations. Okay. Thank you, guys. For this session, I am welcoming you all for this unique event of live demonstration and exhibition. This session will give unique opportunity to showcase their scientific experimental work related to cutting edge technology for social benefits, and this will inspire the tail-raising ideas of researcher in solving and detaunting challenges when they will eventually take the task for industries and health sectors. So the guidelines are each group have 8 minutes for their demonstration and 2 minutes for the open discussion. So without wasting time, I am calling the first group, that is Optopelican, Debjit Dotto, Nilotpal Choudhury and Dipanjan Kormokar with their pitch upon the specialty optical fiber technology, scratch to finished fiber. Thank you.
তুমি রাখো না নিজে। Take your position. Smash start. তুমি ওদিকে চলে যাও।
Hello. Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, the topic of our live demonstration is specialty optical fiber technology from scratch to finished fiber. What is optical fiber? Optical fiber is just a waveguide which can travel light from one end to another end. So, it follows the principle of total internal reflection, which comprises all fiber as several applications: machining, amplifier, temperature, gas sensing, etc. So, these are the different fabrication processes to fabricate and specialty optical fibers. Among them, we will discuss the modified chemical vapor deposition technique, which is globally most popular technique which we use for fabricating fibers. So now, modified chemical vapor deposition technique. First, we choose a tube.
Okay, then on which basis we generally select a tube?
Basically, for several parameters, you can see the data. Among them, these three are the most important parameters. One is siding, CSA, and bonus. Although the tolerance limit of outer diameter and the wall thickness is important. So next part is tube cleaning. So first of all, we basically clean the tube from dust particles as content, micro-sized bioimpurities, etc.
So what's the major step for cleaning the tube?
Okay, first we clean the tube using HF, then we wash it with alcohol, and finally we wash it with acetone. So the next part is to align the tube. Here we basically assigning the tube inside the MCVD system. So as you can see, the first part is, this is the reaction tube, and this is the first part, that is the delivery end, which is now aligning. After aligning this, we go for the aligning the collector end. Finally, we align the collector tube itself. After the alignment of the tube, both the tube is joined at higher temperature.
Okay, then my question is that why the tube alignment is required?
Okay, first of all, we align the tube to reduce the stress of that particular tube. Also, it reduces the chances of sagging, and misalignment might lead to non-uniformity of the tube, and it might result into non-circularity of the core and clamp. So next is preform fabrication step.
Let's start the fabrication. The first step of the fabrication is the flame polishing. The dust and scratches, those are not removed by the HF wash or alcohol wash. They are removed by the flame polishing method. In the flame polishing method, the tube is heated at 1800 degrees centigrade, and if it looks clean in this process, then it's okay. If not clean, then we go for etching. Here we can see the process is going on. The burner is moved to and fro at 1800 degrees centigrade to clean the tube. The next part is the barrier layer deposition. In the barrier layer deposition, we deposit a sintered thin layer of silica to separate the main core layer from the substrate tube. The next part is the core layer deposition, which is the main important part. There are two types of core layer deposition. One is unsintered or porous layer, which is used for solution dumping techniques. Another is sintered layer, which is used for vapor phase deposition. For the solution dumping technique, we deposit silica or the silica with germanium or phosphorus as per we need at much lower temperature, lower suitable temperature. Here we can see the white part is the deposited porous layer, and the other part, remaining part, is yet to be deposited. Here is the same micrograph where you can see the porous nature of the deposit. Next, we detach this tube from the lathe and attach with an U-tube system in one arm of the U-tube system, and it is filled with the solution containing the desired dopants. After that, it is again dried and detached from the U-tube system, and then again attached to the glass working lathe and heated until it gets sintered at higher temperature. Here we can see the temperature profile, how the porous layer is getting sintered.
So is the rare earth ion deposition is uniform in the solution doping process?
This is absolutely a valid question, Dipanjan. The porous layer which we have deposited, you can see several pores. So it is not actually uniform, which might lead to non-uniform in core layer deposition, and ultimate dopant distribution will be non-uniform. So we go into vapor phase doping technique. Here, an additional part is attached with MCVD system, that is called high temperature cabinet, where the materials can directly sublimate it, and in vapor phase the helium can carry it out up to its reaction tube, where in presence of hydrogen oxygen burner it can deposit. So we don't need to dismantling of the tube, and thereby
2 minutes left.
Thereby the chilled materials which we have used in this technique. So this is the core layer, the optical characterization of the preform. First we characterize the preform. As you can see, first we cut the preform and we characterize it in Olympus BX15 to determine the core clad ratio of the preform and to examine the core clad interface of the preform. So after that, we go into preform analyzer, where we determine the refractive index profile of the preform, and there we also check the symmetry of the preform as well as the longitudinal uniformity of the preform. Here the laser beam actually used for analyzing the refractive index. So next step is the fiber drawing. After up to this step, if we succeed fully, then we go for fiber drawing. This is the schematic of fiber draw tower, and here you can see this is the fiber drawing system. This is called the furnace, where the preform will be heated at around 2000 degrees centigrade. And after heating, the tube will soften, due to which a fast droplet from the preform will comes down due to gravity. So which we will cut it off, and then we use a tractor to pull it down up until it reaches its final fiber dimension. So here you can see the tractors. So after we reach the final dimension, we input the resin acrylate coating and we cured it by using UV, and finally it gets spooled inside a spool. So you can see this is the spool of a particular fiber.
So what is the actual fiber diameter?
So fiber diameter is basically 125 micron, but for rare earth materials, it might varies up to 250 micron or 400 micron. So next part is the material and optical characterization of the fiber. Similar way we use to analyze the core clad ratios of the fiber. Then we go for fiber analyzer, where we actually check the fiber refractive index profile, whether it is same with the preform index profile or not. After that, so this is where the fiber is actually attached with the holder, and it dipped inside the oil, through which we will analyze the fiber refractive index.
Please conclude.
So next part is to measure the loss of the fiber, where we measure the loss of the fiber by using Bentham spectrum analyzer. First the fiber is stripped, and then we cleave it. After that, we will mount it and align with source and detector end. through this measurement, basically we try to analyze the losses of the fiber. There are two kind of losses. One is attenuation loss and another is absorption loss. And absorption loss occurs due to several materials, dopant, and attenuation loss is the most common loss in the fiber, where here we analyzing the losses. Also we can determine the OH content inside the fiber by using this technique. So this is the end product of this specialty optical fiber, and this is the parameters which we produce after the fabrication. Thank you.
Thank you. Next team, I am calling the next group, that is the Optronics, Abhijit Das, Shubroto Bormon, for the title, that is WLED.
Our scientists and research scholars who are present here to attend the live demonstration lecture. Myself Abhijit Das, and now I am going to give a demonstration on white light emitting phosphor in glass pellets or composite for application in white LED. Okay. Now, at first, what an LED or light emitting diode is. Basically, it is an electroluminescence type optoelectronic device. Electroluminescence means it converts electrical energy to light. Okay. Now in the market, various colors of LEDs are available: red, green, blue, yellow. Now those are monochromatic ones whose color or wavelength depends directly on the band gap of the semiconductor. Okay. Now what about white light? Now white consists of multiple colors, multiple components. We can get the same by using mixing of red, green or blue, or alternatively by mixing blue plus yellow. Okay. Now we will go with the alternative way, but not exactly the same which you are seeing in the picture. Now based on the area of applications and the purposes, various shades of white lights are available, from warm to neutral to cool. Now let me tell you how industry makes a white light, okay, white LED. Now what they do is they use gallium nitride blue LED, and on it they surmount a pellet made of phosphor, a photoluminescent object phosphor embedded within silicon resin. Now there are several problems with that technology. Why? Because now when these LEDs are switched on for days after days, like long hours in hospitals, in exhibitions, in various auditoriums, the heat generated by the LED degrades the silicon resin. It breaks the methyl bonds in and degrades the silicon resin. Okay, and for that the quality degrades day by day. You will see that after a few months, it some blue color or cool white or neutral white LEDs become yellowish. Okay. Now second problem is internal scattering. Internal scattering. Now this caused due to the large difference between the refractive indices between the silicon resin and the phosphor we use. Okay. Now what we have done is we have replaced the silicon resin with glass. Now this is our technology. Now our target was to go through a low cost process by using the minimum amount of chemicals, minimum amount of phosphors, going through a low melting temperature glass, low softening glass, and low sintering temperature for making this pellet. Okay. And hence we achieved a high CRI. CRI means color rendering index. It is basically a quantitative comparison between the actual emitted light, actual emitted light and the reference light. Here we are using the neutral white light as a reference. Okay. And last but not the least, high thermal stability. Okay. Conventional LED is thermally unstable. So I am going to show you. This is the blue light. Okay, this is, we have reached up to the neutral white. Okay. Now the glass we have prepared is sodium zinc bismuth borosilicate glass, keeping in mind about the transmission, about the refractive index and low softening. Okay. So we mixed the glass and phosphor, then after forming these pellets, these are the pellets, okay, these are the pellets, and then sintering at the softening temperature for 5 hours, and after polishing we get the pellets, okay. And this is the instrument which, with which we measured the chromaticity and the photoluminescence spectra, laser driven fiber optic spectroscope, okay. We place the pellets here at the focusing box, then connect the source of 470 nanometer laser, and with the controller we can control up to 0 to 1 watt, and the detector will detect the emission and it will be displayed, the result will be displayed, okay. Now this is the PL spectra and chromaticity data. We excited at 471 nanometer and we got the best result at 2% of PIG, means in this composition only 2% of it contains the phosphor and rest as glass. Okay, and we getting a CRI at 86%. Now, one thing, the reference color that we desired is neutral white. Now, I will show you another pellet containing 1% of the phosphor. So this is cool white, bluish white, okay. This is bluish white for 1% of the phosphor, and you get the corresponding CCT value, correlated color temperature. Basically, correlated color temperature is the temperature of the ideal black body radiator, okay. We get 73% CRI there. And for 0.5% PIG, it's, the result is not so good because it has just touched 70%. Now, I will show you another pellet.
2 minutes left.
Okay, okay. So this is the warm white, okay. So what I can say is, see, this CRI value is depends on the reference color that we are using. If the reference color is bluish white, then the CRI will change. Then for 1% it will give the best CRI value, okay. So secondly, second point is by you can tune this color by changing the amount of phosphor. You can tune this color by changing the input power, okay, because based on the intensity of the power, the particles inside the phosphor will be glown and the rest will be emitted, okay. Now last but not the least is the thermal stability. See, we have compared the commercial available YAG, commercial available LED, phosphor embedded in resin. There we see that we heated up to 175 degrees centigrade, and we see there is a degradation around 30%, okay, and only 72.8 is the retaining value. But for our sample, we could retain 90% of the initial value. So it is proved that it is much thermally stable. Thermal stability is very high. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you guys for this interesting demonstration. Any questions?
Abhijit,
Yes.
what will be the electrical consumption? It is as for the conventional one, or it will increase?
No, the convention bit decrease. The consumption will bit decrease. Now that depends upon the thickness of the pellet, because the least the internal scattering is, the less power we needed. Now in case of conventional LED, what happens is, there is some higher scattering, internal scattering. So that's why when it is written that 9 watt LED, actually the blue chip consumes more than 9 watt. Okay, and the output power is 9 watt, but it can consume 11 watt. But for our sample, if it's specified as 9 watt, then it can consume like 9.5, this around.
Actually, that power that will be consumed, a substantial fraction will be used to excite the phosphor.
Yes.
Yeah, right? So consumption will be more.
Consumption will be more in case of commercially available YAG.
Will be more. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we will reach you.
First of hi, Mr. Abhijit.
Okay.
First
Hi.
of all, congratulations. It's a really very good presentation.
Thank you very much.
What is the application of your project?
See, the application mainly lies in 2 areas. One in hospitals, medical fields, where there are long hours and for consecutive days, the LEDs are switched on for some diagnosis purpose. Now, the doctors normally prefer neutral white LED. Okay. Now, you know, in government hospitals, there is very less chance of replacing those lights. So what happens is day by day it degrades. So for there we can hit the market.
That means your specified zone is operation theater, right?
No. Specified zone is number 1. Number 2 in museums, in science museums. Okay.
No, not museums.
I think you can ask him later after
Okay,
this session.
for the shortage of
Thank
time.
you. May I thank you both of you for your nice exhibition and presentation. I'm calling the next group, that is Alchemist. Vibhash and Biplab, please come up on stage for your exhibition.
Mechanical strength নিয়ে কোনো প্রশ্ন করেনি। দাঁড়াও, আরে এটা বাইরে রেখে দিয়েছি, বুঝলো না, ভেঙে
The speaker, please come this side for. It's my request to please wind up with a very quick demonstration.
Hello, 1 2 3 1 2 3. Hello, 1 2 3 testing.
Hello.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vibhash Kumar,
And I am Biplab Das.
and we are alchemists. Today, we are here to represent a chemical technique by which we will measure cesium in a glass sample. But before we understand why we are doing this, we will start with the origin of the problem. So we will talk about one of the biggest problems we are facing right now, nuclear waste. So altogether, as a formal definition, nuclear waste is anything which is produced by a nuclear processing process. For example, nuclear energy harnessing. Altogether, the high-level waste, which is the most lethal one, comprises of only 3% of the total waste. And the amount of high-level waste is increasing by rate, you can see like 12,000 tons per year. But the thing is, this is one of the biggest problems, although why are you talking about it in an institute which primarily deals with glass and ceramics? And the reason is because vitrification is a solution. We can melt it and then quench it and convert it into glass. Altogether, some beautiful minds around the world realize that we can do that and theorize some proposals. Obviously, there is a solution, obviously, there is a problem, but why are you talking about this on Research Scholars Day and what are you doing here? So we at SGD CGCRI and our friends at BARC are developing a method to convert
glass into, to convert nuclear waste into glasses. And one of the very specific problem about it, that we need to measure cesium in glass, cesium content in the glass when the cesium content is very high percentage, up to 30. Now we will demonstrate a chemical method analysis for quantitatively measure cesium in glass sample. But before we do that, we'll talk about some of the popular methods which are being used these days. So these are some popular methods and their limitations, and why we can't use them. The first one is ICP-MS. It is highly accurate, expensive, but the problem is we need to have a solution which must be having cesium content less than 100 ppb. This is very difficult for us because our glass may contain up to 30% cesium. Second is ICP-AES. This harnesses the benefit that any atom might ionize easily or tough. It might be very tough to ionize a metal. But the problem with cesium is it is the most electropositive element in the periodic table. And this makes it difficult to use AES in this case. The other one is FeACM. Although there are some latest technology by which we can measure anything out of the solid system, but conventional FeACM cannot measure the amount of all the elements if any element lighter than carbon is present in the system. And as you all know, our glass system is borosilicate glass and it may contain borons. The other is XRD, glass is amorphous, and we can't do anything about it, so we don't get much information out of XRD.
So as Bivas told, that there are some limitation in the standard instrumentation techniques available. But since our sample contain higher amount of cesium, so we can think of a chemical analysis method which may be a fruitful result that we can obtain from this. But we need to find a selective reagent for the cesium because glass has many components. But cesium has some unique property. One of them is cesium has the least charge density. That makes cesium different from other modifiers present in the glass. So we can differentiate it. For this, we go for a extensive literature search. We find some data and put together and ended up with a beautiful microcrystalline compound of cesium that will be demonstrated by Bivas now.
So before we do that, we'll give you a flowchart of that. So this is the powdered sample. We first make a powder of the sample of glass, and then we make it silica free. This is a very standard process, and to save time, we are not doing it here. It takes like 3 to 4 hours. We add some acid like HF and NCNO3 and heat it in a fume chamber. Then we add our water and we get a glass solution, which is with us here. The second is we'll be adding some reagent, this reagent, which we'll be preparing in front of you, and we'll add the reagent and we'll get the crystals.
So now he will create the reagent in front of us. There are lots of other step is there which was already done by us, and now he is doing.
This is a glass solution which we prepared after processing through the silica free process.
We separate out few of the ions from the glass by proper chemical analysis.
Now we will prepare the reagent.
Now he is showing the process, that how it is.
The reagent is prepared by 2 chemicals. This is A chemical, this is chemical B.
So it is prepared, it looks like a orange in color. Now he is putting the chemical into the glass solution.
Then we'll wait for some time, not much.
2 minutes left.
You can see some appearance of microcrystals within the medium that will disperse.
The camera can.
Can the camera focus, if possible?
Where are the cameras?
Can it be visible?
No, it can.
No. So is it is it visible? The crystals?
You guys can see it.
The crystals.
Huh? Oh, live streaming, it's coming. Don't worry.
It's not in.
You can go
Oh,
to
yes.
the audience.
Thank you so much. So can you see microcrystals?
Maybe.
It takes time. We wait for 24 hours.
Can it be visible in the screen?
See.
Sir,
on top.
can it be visible?
Yeah, the surface is floating.
Yeah. See, there are crystal accumulating on the surface.
Yes, very good.
Vibhash, please. Vibhash, please bring it to the camera very closely. Yeah.
That's red precipitate.
Okay. Is that okay? Okay. Thank you.
This is basically strategic removal of cesium out of the system. Of course.
Yeah, it is seen.
Yeah.
So we are able
Vibhash,
to remove the cesium out of the system.
you can take it other. Okay, thank you. Vibhash.
Sir.
You can see it afterwards, please. You can see it afterwards, please. You can conclude it, please.
So after 24 hours, we get a much higher amount of cesium settled at the bottom, like this, if you can see. This is like a sample we prepared 24 hours back. And then after 24 hours, we wash it and collect it.
Please conclude.
And then we measure it. And then we have plotted a graph. This is after, like, we have made, with the help of like several experiments, we took over like 2 months. We have plotted this graph with 2 iterations. So let's say if you are getting this much amount of Mg salt, this salt, we call it cesium salt. This responds to 27% of cesium concentration at the original cesium glass.
Vibhash, please conclude.
Please conclude.
So that was it. We would like to acknowledge our
great presentation from both of you.
We have done this experiment under the guidance of Dr. P.K. Sinha. So we want to acknowledge him. Special thanks for her.
And Dr. Ashish Kumar Mandal, our guide. Thank you.
Thank you. A great presentation from both of you. Thanks to you. Let me call the next group, that is FBG Sensor Group, Anirban Shomadrita. Please be quick with your presentation. The speaker can come this side for the... Just take the microphone.
So, good afternoon all. Myself Shomadrita, Anirbanda and Momita. We are from Fiber Optics and Photonics Division. Basically, we work on FBG sensors, fiber backdating sensors. So today we will demonstrate briefly about some of our works that we do in our lab. So optical fiber is currently we all are familiar with the term optical fiber. So this is mainly used for communication purpose, but here we use it for sensing applications. So this is basically a schematic of optical fiber, core and clad we can see, and the light is guided through core with the principle of total internal reflection. Now how we use it as sensor, there are some types of fiber optic sensors, interferometric sensors, grating based sensors and distributed sensors. Here we will show some grating based sensor, fiber backgrating sensors. So this is some advantages of optical fiber sensor. Why we use optical fiber sensors? There are some places where we cannot use conventional electrical sensors, that is the places with high electromagnetic fields. For some high sensitivity regions, there these optical fibers comes useful. It has low loss, it's high sensitive, and it can be used in structural health monitoring. And here we will show some applications of structural health monitoring using optical fiber. This is a principle of fiber backdating sensors. How it works? It basically works with the principle of Bragg's law. When light propagates through core, we create some refractive index modulation through this core, and some wavelength, particular wavelength reflects back, and this wavelength lambda b, Bragg wavelength, its equation written here, to n effective capital lambda. So n effective is effective diffractive index, and capital lambda is the distances between these two RI modulations. So n effective diffractive index is a constant for some particular fiber. So if somehow we are able to change the period, the distances between these two gratings, these two perturbations, then the lambda wavelength, Bragg wavelength will be changed. So we apply this phenomena as our sensing medium. How we can change the periods? If the fiber is being stretched, the period will be shifted. The period will be modified, and accordingly the Bragg wavelength will be changed. So we use this as our, today what we are doing here, vibration sensor. We will show them application of vibration sensor. So there are basically two important things of this type of sensors. One is the sensing part, another is the data acquisition part. We have to convert the optical signal to some electrical signal. So this is called as interrogator. Anirbanda is here with me to describe that. Now I am having some sensor here with me. This is an optical fiber, and here is some sensor inscribed in this, and this is some connectivity checker, and if we connect it with this, we can see this, in this region is the grating. This is the grating region. I don't know if you are able to see it or not. The light is being reflected back from here, and there are some perturbations, and this part is the grating. If we connect it, this is an interrogator, this is a data acquisition system. If we connect it here, we can see the reflected peak. We try to connect it. I don't know, there is some technical issues, I guess. It's not being connected. So if we could connect it, we could show the...
we'll connect it at last. We'll show the getting part of it.
So, yeah. So in our lab, there are two types of fabrication process of FBG sensors. One is UV phase mask method, another is femtosecond laser method. And the vibration sensor is here with Anirbanda. This is a cantilever-based vibration sensors. We are to use it in NTPC end-winding stator generator and for the health monitoring of this. This is a packaged sensor. Like, we cannot place this bare fiber and grating on a generator. We have to package it like this. Inside this, there is a cantilever like that, and the grating is placed on that cantilever. When we are placing it here, and if this is being vibrated, the cantilever inside it will also be vibrated. And the grating placed on the cantilever will also be stretched like this, and the period accordingly will be changed as I stated earlier, and we can get the shifted wavelength. So, how to, now we have to take the optical signal to the electrical signal for our data acquisition, and hence Anirbanda will go for it.
So whatever the interrogator you are seeing here, this is the imported one. So this is another data acquisition system which is being developed indigenously. So as Somadrita said that whenever there is a shift of wavelength, that has to be acquired. It's optical signal that has to be converted to an electrical one, then the signal processing comes. So
you have 2 minutes left.
So this is the 16 sensor connected to the interrogator. We can see all the 16 Bragg wavelengths. Now if you place this any of the sensor to a vibrating medium like shaker, you will see first of all, so before that I'll tell you the features of that system. This is this has a wavelength range of 80 nanometer, and it can scan up to 3 kilohertz, and it can have an analog output of 4 to 20 milliamperes as well. Now if you place the sensor in a vibrating system, and suppose in a shaker, there will be a back and forth movement of the cantilever. So there will be a shift of wavelength. So back and forth movement means it will generate a sinusoid wave. So if you take that time domain signal to a frequency domain, you will get an FFT like this. So this is basically a shift of wavelength, and the shaker was vibrating at 100 hertz, and this is the peak wavelength of the sinusoid wave. So this is the overall vibration measurement system. As you see, the 16 sensor is connected in a form of array. The reflected wavelengths are being converted to electrical signal by a CCD array detector. It's a 512 pixels are there, which each pixel is corresponding to a single voltage from the getting. So you will get almost 3000 frames per second from this. And this control boards basically controls the data flow through the system. Finally, that all the signals come through the single board computer, SBC, and finally to monitor. Now to convert this, this is basically a wavelength shift to a.
Please conclude.
This is a wavelength shift. Now to convert this to a particular acceleration value, we have an algorithm here. So basically what happens, the sensitivity we have to calculate for each sensor, and the resonant frequency also. So because the resonant frequency over an entire frequency range is not constant, so we have to put weight for every frequency component. So for that we need a Owing function. Owing function is that WF, which is the inverse of the our transfer functions of the sensor. If we multiply the FFT part by element, we will get that the acceleration value. Now if you integrate the acceleration value, so you will get the velocity and double integrate the acceleration value, you will get the displacement. So these are the average sensitivity, how we will calculate that. So that is, we will have a different G value, will have a different wavelength shift. So at last we average all those values, and this is one impulse has been given to the sensor, and if we take that time domain signal to frequency domain, we will get the resonant frequency. Finally, in real scenario, we will not get a fundamental every time. We will have a fundamental with the harmonics also. So what we do, we measure the overall displacement from that displacement. So if you get a fundamental along with the harmonics, so those harmonics will square root and take that square to a root value, will get the overall vibration measurement.
Please conclude, you are out of time.
Yes. So I will play the video for the demonstration. So this is a shaker where an accelerometer, electrical accelerometer, and I'll play. Electrical accelerometer along with the optical accelerometer, both are there. The electrical accelerometer is connected through a, and this is the driver for the shaker, and this is the function generator which drives the driver for the shaker, which needs a 1 volt peak to peak and 100 Hz signal that is given to the electrical sensor. So finally, this is the final electrical signal output is being shown here, which is a sine wave that is coming from the shaker, and the FFT corresponding to that. You can see it's a 1G value that is shown at 100 Hz. So now we compare that value to our optical system. So finally, this is a one-channel interrogator where all the 16 sensors can be in the form of multiplex form, and finally that comes to, this is a GUI part of it. So this is written in a C# Windows form applications. So you can see the amplitude here is 9.8, which corresponds to 1G and at 100 Hz. So this is, so our optical sensor is comparable to the electrical performance of the electrical sensors. So this is the GUI part. So this can give electrical output also to drive the relays in the power plant. So as you can see, that sensor 6 is giving me an 8 milliamps output correspond to an overall displacement value of 25. So this we conclude the presentation.
Thank you, guys.
So.
Okay, the live demonstration part she want to explain. Just a quick explanation we need.
There is some change in wavelength and it's being shifted. So it was what I tried to show them, but there was some connection problems I couldn't. Now it's connected and this is the thing. The grating we are stretching here and we are having like this. We are having some here signal pulses. So that's it. Thank you.
Let me congratulate all of you for your beautiful exhibition. Now I'm calling the next group, that is Heatwave Partho. Please come up on stage with your presentation.
না কিছু লাগবে না Hello everyone, my name is Partho Sarathi Kumar. I am from Specialty Glass Division and I am here represented as Heatwave.
So my topic is coefficient of thermal expansion measurement by dilatometer. So at first I am going to explain some basics, and after that I will go to demonstrate the procedure how to measure the thermal expansion. Okay. So what is what is thermal expansion? Thermal expansion is the tendency of matter to change its shapes, area, volume, density to respond to the change in temperature. So usually it doesn't include the phase transition behavior. So what happens? Suppose you have a material and it comes contact with heat, and for that reason the constituent molecules or the particles got vibrational energy, and for that reason they started vibrating, and the molecular length present between them started to expand. And for this expansion, what happened? The overall length of the material got expanded. Refer to the rate at which the material start increase with the increase of temperature in respect to the time. So this coefficient is determined at a constant pressure without changing without any kind of phase change. So what is the significance? Why we need to measure the coefficient of thermal expansion? It's needed to know how does the space is reactive at different temperature at different time, so that we can also determine that. And the most important is to know the glass transition temperature and the softening point, dilatometric softening point. So this is specially for the glass only. So classification of coefficient of thermal expansion. There are mainly three types of coefficient of thermal expansion. One is linear thermal expansion, one is aerial thermal expansion, and another one is volumetric thermal expansion. So here are the formulas of calculating those all. So those everything is same, remains same. The only difference is that in case of coefficient of thermal expansion, linear coefficient of thermal expansion, the change in length by original length by temperature is constant, and in case of area there is the change in area and the original area, and in case of volume so on. So what is the process of measuring CTE? The coefficient of thermal expansion can be measured by three processes: by doing the thermochemical analysis, or the interferometry, by the dilatometry. So my topic is dilatometer, so I'm going to talk about dilatometry. So what is a dilatometer? A dilatometer is a precision instrument for the measurement of the dimensional change in a material as a function of temperature. So what kind of sample we can measure inside a dilatometer? What kind of sample can we get the data from? So like the traditional glass and advanced ceramics, glasses can also, metals and polymers. That means all kind of sample can be measured. So what can we get from these measurements? So we can get linear thermal expansion, coefficient of thermal expansion, sintering temperature we can know from the dilatometric test, the shrinkage steps, phase transition, density change, softening point of softening point or the decomposing temperature of that material, anisotropic behavior, and the glass transition temperature, of course. So type of dilatometer. So what are the types of dilatometer? Basically there are 4 types of dilatometer. First one is flat plate dilatometer, and second one is connecting rod dilatometer. The third one is high resolution or laser dilatometer, and the last one is optical dilatometer. What we have in our lab, it's a connecting rod dilatometer, so I'm going to show you that. So what is a connecting rod dilatometer? Connecting rod dilatometer is also sometimes called a push rod dilatometer, that are typically used to measure the expansion of material when it's heated. And what happened, the material got expanded when it come contact with heat, and this push rod get some movement, and this movement can be sensed by the computer or the software. So that's how we can get the expansion rate. Okay, there are 2 types of connecting rod dilatometer. First one is vertical type of connecting rod dilatometer, second one is horizontal type of connecting rod dilatometer. And this is a picture of vertical type connecting rod dilatometer, but the concept is remains same in case of horizontal connecting rod dilatometer. What happened, you can see that the sample and the sample holder got inserted inside the furnace, and the sample is attached with the connecting rod. And if the furnace is heated up, what happened, the sample is started to expand, and this push rod got some movement, and this movement can be detected by LVDT sensor, and thus the coefficient of thermal expansion can be detected or the measured. So this is the normal 3D diagram of a coefficient linear type of connecting rod dilatometer. So you can see this is the sample and this is the sample holder, and the thermocouple is there. The thermocouple senses the temperature of the sample. This is the sample thermocouple, and the furnace thermocouple is inside the furnace, and this is the sample holder, and this is the LVDT sensor. This sensor detects the movement of this connecting rod, and thus they measure the dilatometer coefficient of thermal expansion rate. So exactly the same instrument I am showing here is inside our lab, and you can see here is a micrometer. From this with the help of this micrometer, we adjusted the length of this movement of the connecting rod. So when we are setting up the sample, this micrometer helps us to adjust the length. So after that, and everything remains same as the before slide I am showing you. I have showed. So important parameter. What are the important parameters? The sample should be solid. If you want to measure inside our instrument, so the sample should be solid. The length of the sample should be nearly 25 mm, and the specimen should have a cylindrical diameter. So the diameter is 6 mm. And the instrument parameter is the instrument should be kept at room temperature and pressure before the experiment began, and the instrument should be ready by pre-calibrating. The pre-calibration should be done before the experiment, and the softening point detection should be done should be turned on before the experiment begins, and the heating furnace should be closed appropriately before the test begin. So this is the video how to place the sample. So right now I am placing the sample, and you can see here I am placing a spacer between the connecting rod and the sample, so that the push rod or the sample does not stick before after heating. So you can see I am adjusting the length of the push rod, and this length got adjusted, come to 0 position, and after that I am closing the instrument. The furnace should be closed properly, so I close that, and I am recalling the pre-calibrated data. And right now I am just placing some important parameters, so the sample name, dimension, then the type of sample. This is the glass sample, so glass. Our instrument can go up to 1100 degrees Celsius, because the calibration is done up to 1100 degrees Celsius, so we can go only up to 1100 degrees Celsius. So if you have some sample which should be tested above 1100 degrees Celsius, then we have to recalibrate that. So that's a problem. Okay. Right now here is how to process the data. So what happened, the sample holder and the sample is also got inserted inside the furnace. So what happened, the sample holder is also got some thermal expansion. Right now I am just ignoring the, I'm just detaching the thermal expansion value of the sample holder, and right now I'm just considering the only the thermal expansion happened between the samples. Only the sample is, I'm taking the data, and here I am placing the range of temperature, like from 50 degree to 100 degree, what is the average coefficient of thermal expansion, and after 100 to 150 and so on. Like. So yeah. Right now I'm just adjusting the text. Okay. Okay, you can see previously I told you can detect the type of sample you have. See, in case of glass.
Please conclude.
In case of glass, you have glass transition behavior. There is a glass transition, or TG and TD is detected. But in case of ceramic, you can see there is no such thing. It's completely straight or inclined. So therefore, you can differentiate between what type of sample you have. So first I would like to thank our director ma'am, Dr. Suman Kumari Mishra, Dr. K. Annapurna, Chief Scientist of Specialty Glass Division, Dr. Kausik Biswas, Principal Scientist of Specialty Glass Division, and my PI, Dr. Anal Tarafdar, and thank you Team Glamix.
Thank you, Partho, for this beautiful exhibition and presentation. No, due to the lack of time, I'm not going for the discussion part, and thank you all for motivating our young researcher for this event. And now I am requesting all of you for the lunch session, and due to the lack of time, I'm requesting all of you for only 30 minutes to take the lunch and come by 2:15. And the oral presenter, please ready with your presentations with this laptop for the next session. Thank you. আছে? ঠিক আছে, এটা থাক, এটা মোটামুটি লাগানো।
বেবি লাগে তো মানে দেয়ার না চোখ টানবে বেশি জানো দিদি সবসময় চোখ টানবে চারটে দাও চারটে দাও এডিটিংটা দাও পাচ্ছি পাচ্ছি তিনটে মারবো এটা করলাম তো চেয়ারটা রাখ ওটা করেছি তো হ্যাঁ একটু আগে अरे लोग
भैया हमें इधर आइए इधर आइए ভিতরে না বাইরে না বাইরে तो अभी लाइट है लाइट लाइट लगा रहा है ठीक है अभी आओ देख के चले अच्छा देख के निकल जाऊंगी निकल घर जाकर वाइट शूट लेके आऊंगी डांस के लिए ना फॉर्मेशन करने के लिए इधर जगह इस जगह सेंटर जगह मालूम है मैडम की
সাউন্ডই আসছে না কে আসবে এটা তো তোলা তো যাবে না রে আচ্ছা এখানে সাউন্ডটাকে একটু বলো না সাউন্ডটা অন করতে সাউন্ড আসছে না তো এখানে সাউন্ড অন আছে এই এখান থেকে যে সাউন্ডটা যাবে হ্যাঁ ভগবান জানে বিশ্বাস করে আমি বুঝতে পারছি না কিচ্ছু ওই দাদাটা কোথায় গেল ওই সৌমেন দা নাকি ও দাদা
পাচ্ছি না, দেখাবো কি করে। আমি বলছি যেখানটাতে ওই সব ইকোগুলো হবে না, ইকোগুলো হতে থাকবে, সেটা তুমি মাকেও চিৎকার করবে, আমি স্লাইড চেঞ্জ করবো, ঠিক আছে? ইকো হতে স্টপ হবে, তারপর বলে দেবে এখানে পেছনে সরতে 2-3 মিনিট পরে, 2-3 সেকেন্ড পরে আমাদের চিল্লাতে না বলে আচ্ছা পৃথাদি, ইকোগুলো বন্ধ হবে, তারপরে তুমি শোবে, তারপরে মা বলে চিৎকার করবে। হে ভগবান, তুমি আমাকে সাউন্ডগুলো দেখিয়ে দাও, তাহলেই হবে। একটু জোরে হবে। এইখানটাতে সাউন্ড আছে, হ্যাঁ এটা একটু আসতে হবে। হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে, হয়ে গেছে। এখানটাতে সাউন্ড নেই কোনো, এটাতে আছে। সাউন্ড নেই তো। হয়ে গেছে। এখানটাতে আরেকটু আসতে হবে, মানে মাঝামাঝি 50 কাছাকাছি। ব্যাস ব্যাস, পরেরটাতে এখানটাতে একটু আসতেই করে দাও, জোরেই হবে মনে হচ্ছে।
देखो तुम्हारे पास दो ही ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं तुम्हारे पास बेस ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं तुम्हारे पास बेस।
Your paper got rejected. You may leave now. Your paper got rejected. You may leave now.
28 साल का लड़की हो गई तो कब शादी करना है तुझे? कब शादी करना है
आजकल का लड़कियों को देखो, कपड़ा पहनने का तमीज़ों को देखो, कपड़ा पहनने का तमीज़ ही नहीं है, कपड़ा पहनने का तमीज़ ही
Your
नहीं
paper
है।
got rejected. You may leave now. Your paper got rejected. You may leave now.
आजकल का लड़कियों को देखो, कपड़ा पहनने का तमीज़ों को देखो, कपड़ा पहनने का तमीज़ ही नहीं है।
আচ্ছা, এগুলো যে ব্ল্যাঙ্ক সাইড আছে, এগুলোতে শুধু সাউন্ড আছে না, হ্যাঁ, তো আমি যে পেছনটা হোয়াইট রেখেছি ওটা প্রজেক্টে তো বোঝা যাবে না, শুধু সাউন্ডগুলো আলাদা তো করা যাবে না। ব্ল্যাক করে দিলে কি বেশি খারাপ লাগবে? হোয়াইটটাই থাকবে। এটা সাউন্ডটা খুব আসছে, এটা ফুল সাউন্ড করতে হবে। এটা সাউন্ডটা জাস্ট শোনাই যাচ্ছে না। ওখান থেকে জোরে করতে হবে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ওখান থেকে জোরে করতে হবে। ভীষণ আসছে। এখানটাই বুঝতে পারছি না কি হচ্ছে ব্যাপারটা। এইটাতেই তো চলবে পুরো। দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও দাঁড়াও। হ্যাঁ, সাউন্ড ছেড়েই দেয় তুমি, ও যা বাজে তাই বাজে। ঠিক আছে, এই স্লাইড 11 যেহেতু বুঝতে পারবে না, এটার আগের সাউন্ডটাতে কী ছিল বলো তো, ওই ইকো যেটা হচ্ছিল না, ওই সাউন্ডটা ছিল। হ্যাঁ,
देखो तुम्हारे पास दो ही ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं या फिर दो ही ऑप्शन है, या तो मैं या फिर दो ही।
Your paper got rejected. You may leave now. Paper got rejected. You may leave now.
28 साल का लड़की हो गई तो कम साल का लड़की हो गई।
মানে যেই কথা শুরু করবে সাউন্ডটা একদম আস্তে করে, ঠিক আছে? এবার পুরো পিপিটিতে ফেলে দেখে নিই আমি। এই পিঠা এই পায় ও পিঠা দিয়ে তোমার সাইক্লিস্ট এরকম দেখা যায়। যাই হোক, ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ, এটা সেফ। আচ্ছা, বলছি ওই ভূতের সাউন্ডটা আসছে না, ঠিক আছে? কেন ঠান্ডা এতটাই ছিল যে এখান থেকেও গেছে। আচ্ছা, সাউন্ডটা বাড়ানো যাবে? ফুল সাউন্ড দেওয়া করে দাও তুমি, 1 সেকেন্ড দাঁড়াও। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, তাহলে অন্য করে একটা সাউন্ড দিতে হবে না, সাউন্ড দিলে বসে যাবে না। আমি জোগাড় করে আনছি, তুমি জোগাড় করে আনো, তাড়াতাড়ি আনতে হবে। হ্যাঁ, একটু দেখো না, ডাউনলোড করে একবার এটাকে দেখি। ওরাল ওরাল না না, ওই যে ষোড়শী দি মানে কোল্ড ব্রিজ সামথিং। যাই কি সব এ বাবা রে। আরে ডাউনলোড কি করে করবো ইউটিউব? শুনবো কি করে?
Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle. Audio Jungle.
ব্যাক করো, এটা ব্যাক করো, এটা ভূতের সাউন্ড। ওয়েব পেজ হচ্ছে এইটা করো তো এটা 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 কি হ্যাঁ এটাই হবে এটাই হবে
আমাকেও ছুরি আর প্লেটটা নিতে হবে মায়ের দিকে বলে প্লেটটা ছুরিটা প্রদীপটা দিচ্ছি
ফেল হয়ে গেছে বললাম
ঠিক আছে
সব ফেল হচ্ছে
মানে
দাদা তুমি এক সেকেন্ড দাঁড়াবে আমি বাড়ি থেকে তাহলে চপ করে
সাইডটা দেখে নাও সাইডটা দেখে নাও
না না
চাই না ফোন করুন
এই যে একদম লাস্ট একদম লাস্ট ওয়াই মিউজিক ওয়াই মিউজিক ওয়াই মিউজিক ঠিক আছে দিয়ে দাও ওটা নেওয়া যাচ্ছে না ঠিক আছে ছেড়ে দাও বুঝলে সাউন্ডটা ছেড়ে
তুমি এটা দেখেছো তো ওটা থেকে জোরে তো এটা টেস্ট করে রাখি ওটা অনেক সময় পাওয়া যাবে
আচ্ছা আমি আর একটা জিনিস ঠিক করবো হ্যাঁ সময় পাওয়া যাবে বলো তাহলে টি টাইমে যে জায়গাটা আছে না ঠিক আছে
কপি হলো বোধ তুমি ক্যান্সেল করে দিলে
না ঠিক আছে টি টাইমের ওখানটাতে তখন আমরা করে নেবো ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে ওই যে না 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 এটা না রাখো হ্যাঁ রাখো তারপর ছেড়ে দাও টি টাইমে যাওয়া দেখা দাও হ্যাঁ 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 ওই টাইমটাতে দেখা দাও হ্যাঁ 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 ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে দেখে নেবো আমরা চলো এদেরকে ছেড়ে দিই এখন খুলে নিলাম
পেনড্রাইভ ফোনে দিয়ে দিয়েছি
ওই পিপিটিটা অন করো নর্মালটা কোনটা না না নর্মালটা কোনটা যেটা চলে এটা
ডে টু ডেট ডে টু ডেট উপরটা উপর
ওরাল 5 এ তো ওদেরটা আছে আমি
না এই উপরটা এর উপর স্টার্ট করে দিই
স্টার্ট করছি Good afternoon everyone. I would like to welcome you all again in this post-lunch session. Hope you have enjoyed your meal. And in this session we have 3 contributory talk. And I would like to invite the session chair, Dr. Nimay Chand Pramanik, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR CGCRI, to come on the stage and kindly chair this session, sir.
So, good afternoon everybody. So in this session we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 speakers are there. Shoroshi De, Sultan Khan, Sushmita Bera, Saurabh Das Chaudhuri, Sanjukta Rai, Anustu Chakraborty. So since we are running behind the times, I request all the speakers to restrict your presentation slots in 8 minutes so that we can have little more discussion and question answer. With this, I will invite first Shoroshi De. He will be talking on a journey through conventional air electrode to the next new class of barium, strontium, cobalt, iron oxide based mixed ionic and electronic conducting oxides for application in solid oxide cells, SOC. Shoroshi, please continue. So I will give you 8 minutes a ring so that within 2 minutes you will be finished.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon all, myself Shoroshi De. Today I am going to present my presentation on the title, A Journey Through Conventional Air Electrode to the New Class of Barium, Strontium, Cobalt, Iron, Oxygen based mixed ionic and electronic conducting oxides for the application in solid oxide cell. Here are the outline of my fuel to power by the oxidation of fuel, and in the solid oxide electrolyzer cell mode of operation, it can produce power to fuel by the splitting of high temperature steam. Due to the high operational temperature, the electrical energy demand decreases to 30%, and thus the thermodynamical efficiency increases, and the targeted cost is up to for the hydrogen production is up to approximately $2 to $3 per kg. To achieve the high current density according to the international aspirational benchmarking, that is greater than 1.1 amps per centimeter square at an applied voltage of 1.4 to 1.5 volt, we have to have engineering stack level in the macro scale level, and also the cell engineering in the molecular level, where we have to have the functionalization